New Year, everybody. Welcome to the Zoning Board of Appeal for January 12th, 2021. We are now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker suspending certain provisions thereof due to the ongoing public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and via video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on screen and you will remain muted until administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most directly impacted by the project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand-raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again and your hand should go down. I'm going to just reiterate that if you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please note this, press *3 to raise your hand. On to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then can provide their comments. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. Before we formally get started, I'd like to take a roll call of board members. Mr. Fortune.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Ehrlich.
Here.
Mr. Ruggiero.
Here.
Mr. Legris.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Kendall. Mr. DeVoe.
Here, good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Kendall, are you here? Please let us know when Mr. Kendall is connected, because I know sometimes he has audio problems. Just to clarify, is a BPDA representative here?
Good morning, Madam Chair. It's Jeff Hampton.
Good morning, Jeff. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Okay. So with that roll call in place, we have a full board today. Well, almost a full board. So please let me know when Mr. Kendall comes along so that we can clarify that. Okay? Mr. Fortune?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to everyone. A Happy New Year. Hopefully 2021 is a lot better than 2020. Well, our first order is the extensions. Calling the first case, calling BOA 696-299, 250 Center Street. Name and address for the record, please. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on February 2nd of 2021.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is David Aiken. I'm the senior project manager of the Community Builders, the applicant and developer of the project. I received a one-year renewal last year. In that time, we have secured the financing that's required from the Department of Housing and Community Development at the Commonwealth, and we expect to be able to break ground this summer. which is the reason why we are coming forth for an extension.
So remind us how many units this is?
This is 110 apartments.
Okay, and where?
It is right diagonally across from the Jackson Square station.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year beyond the date of termination.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 895-155, 150 Nayland Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on January 15th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Happy New Year. Don Wiest with the Dane Torpy firm, 745 Atlantic Avenue in Boston.
So please tell us, is this the first extension or the second extension you're requesting, Mr. Weiss?
Madam Chair, this is the first extension. It's for a hospitality mixed-use project, and the same impacts economically that affect a lot of hospitality projects has slowed this one. The proponent has done quite a bit to advance the project design, has prepared the site for construction, but in the current market, it's not possible to get a construction loan. They're asking for a 1-year extension
Thank
as a
you.
result.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for a 1-year extension from the date of termination.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 791-775, 1208D VFW Parkway. There's a companion case, BOA 791-768, 1208C VFW Parkway. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on March 30th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Don Wiest with the firm of Dane Torpy, 745 Atlantic Avenue.
Again, Mr. Weiss, where is this property and what was it proposed as?
This is a 60-unit residential project in West Roxbury. It's in the general vicinity of the Home Depot area. This was originally a market rate project. It was proposed by a different developer who was not able to proceed with the project. Last year, my client, which is an affiliate of B'nai B'rith, the Jewish relief organization that also is a major provider of senior and affordable housing, agreed to acquire the project. The prior proponent had a 1-year extension at that time. We are asking for a second extension, but the first extension for this current owner, because the project has been changed from a market rate project to 100% affordable. It will be one of the few affordable projects in West Roxbury. It's relying on public funds as well as private funds. And as members of the board are familiar, there are funding rounds that take a while to complete when seeking tax credit financing. And because of the timing of that process, we need an additional year. We are well advanced in that process. We have very good indications and support from the city, but we'll
Thank
simply require more time.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year from termination.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 881-055, 126 Lexington Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on January 18th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Is applicant advisory on? Is John Moran on? Let's just move to the, I guess he's also the applicant for.
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair. I'll move on to the next couple here.
I think order is next.
I think Mr. Moran's online.
Yes, excuse me, Madam Chair. In reference to 126 Lexington Street, this is a 3-unit condominium. The board legalized the occupancy as 3 units. The unrelated owner of the first floor unit had extended living space into the basement, which resulted in a violation issuing, which stayed the issuance of the permit. Rather than correct the violation, the owner sold the unit. A new owner, in fact, this summer corrected the unit. However, the common area utilities, particularly the gas meters need to be installed outside for access rather than through the unit.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Moran. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year beyond termination.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 725-224, 37 to 41 Bowden Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on April 13th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
John Moran, Alpine Advisory Services, Alpine Way. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is a request for a second extension. The first was on the basis of a denial of the Beacon Hill Architectural Commission of a certificate of occupancy, which resulted in litigation being filed.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Moran. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year beyond date of termination.
Is there a second?
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just to let you know, Mr. Kendall is online.
Thank you so much.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 889-510-155 Porter Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on March 15th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Happy New Year. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this is a project that involves the conversion of an existing manufacturing building into a 123-room hotel. We are requesting a one-year extension. The applicant has completed its design review with the Boston Planning and Development Agency. All plans have been submitted to ISD for permit. That is in the review phase right now and requires additional time to complete that part of the process.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year beyond date of termination.
Is there a second?
I got a question on this one. This building's been a complete eyesore for a real long period of time with construction materials hanging from the building, all of that stuff. And it seemed to be making no to little progress. I know the city's dealt with that in some other areas. What's really going on here? Is this gonna?
Through the chair, Mr. Ruggiero, anybody who drives through East Boston is pretty familiar with this site. The current owner actually acquired the project from the prior developer who went through the original permitting process. And they have worked diligently to get the project finalized. There were some issues relative to telecommunication pieces of equipment that are on the roof that need to be relocated.
So, Mr. Lentz, point of clarification, who is the current owner? And is there a way that state of disrepair can be fixed ASAP?
I can comment on that as well. So the city of Boston has requested that the current owner, Hudson 62 LLC, Jampson Hotel Management, go ahead and close up the windows, close up the building. It was open to the elements. They've done that during COVID. That was something that was completed to the satisfaction of the city of Boston and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services and ISD. And as I said, the process has been somewhat lengthy with the BPDA relative to finalizing the plans. That part has concluded, so there's been substantial progress on getting the plans completed into ISD for final building permit. Once the permit's issued, they're ready to commence with construction.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I'll second Mark's motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
The next case, calling BOA 890-701, 656 Saratoga Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on January 18th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this was approved back in 2018 for purposes of erecting a 30-unit residential dwelling in accordance with Article 80. The similar situation here, the plans have been finalized with BPDA. They are in for permit, and those are being reviewed by ISD. The applicant is ready to begin construction once the permit issues, and therefore requires additional time until such time as that occurs.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for a year beyond date of termination.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 821-726, 74A74 Lexington Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on January 18th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney John Haskell with Drago Toscano with a business address of 11 Beacon Street. The permit for this matter actually issued late last week, thus negating the need for this extension. However, we thank the board for their time and consideration.
Okay, so we're just going to make may I have a motion for denial then?
I'll make a motion for denial.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
Calling
you.
the next case, calling BOA 701-484-331 Columbia Road. Madam Chair, this did expire on 9/2 of 2020. Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Nichols, address is 329, 331 Columbia Road. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This project was approved originally on 9/12/2017, and we financed this project, crowd lending. I'm a partner in crowd lending on 5/16/2019, and the borrower actually abandoned the project. He dug the foundation, just had a lot going on personally and was not able to complete the project. We do have a developer who wants to move forward and acquire and finish this project. However,
Mr. Nichols, hold on a second. What is the proposal for 331 Columbia Road?
it's a 3-family. It was approved for three residential units.
And so is this being done by a nonprofit? The fact of the matter is this is expired and it really not, do not extend expired projects.
Madam Chair, it's Kevin O'Connor here. Just a point of clarification, the expiration of the prior extension is tolled currently under the legislation for 2020 during the state of emergency.
So it is tolled.
It's technically still valid.
Right.
Okay, so please tell us, so when do you anticipate this will be done?
So the developer who is going to take it over is very experienced in the community and in the neighborhood.
And who is it?
Solomon Chowdhury.
Oh, okay.
Yep, and we anticipate the completion within 6 to 8 months of his acquiring the property from us.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to extend from the date of expiration, which was 9/2/20. So I hope the applicant can get this done by this September.
Okay,
I'll second that motion.
is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, calling the last extension, calling BOA 898-191, 40 Mount Hood Road. Madam Chair, this is not due to expire until June 27th of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jared Eigerman, Ruben Junius and Rose, 171 High Street, Newburyport, Mass. This is a 151 apartment complex replacing a motel in the
so we know where anyone.
So you're requesting, please, Mr.
Jeff Drago,
Drago.
mute yourself, please.
Yeah. Mr. Eigenman, go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, so it's 151 units with 16% affordable.
So tell us why you need this extension.
Yes, financing. We've tried to get financing due to COVID. It's just taking more time. The
Okay,
reason.
hold on. May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, given that it's not due to expire till June 27th, do we want to defer and wait?
No, I think we should just go ahead and do it, because at least then at least then it's off the docket and we don't have to worry and they don't have to worry.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to extend for a year.
From the date. All those in favor? Is there
I'll
a
second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Olick, I think you raised a good question. I think if any come before us that are beyond 5 or 6 months, we should hold off on those, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm going to call the 9:30 hearings. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals? Just give me the address first, please. This is for 9:30 only, deferrals or withdrawals. Madam Ambassador, do we see any hands raised?
Do not see any hands raised.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm going to call the first case, calling BOA 110-2410-220 William McClellan Highway. This is seeking to change an occupancy from medical marijuana to a cannabis establishment. The violation is Article 53, Section 15. Cannabis establishment is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you,
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair.
Costa Ligris recusing myself on this matter.
Thank you. Okay, so this is, okay, go ahead, put your name and address on the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago Toscano with the address of 11 Beacon Street, here on behalf of HVV Massachusetts, Inc., the applicant. And I also have James Christopher, the architect of the project, RCA. As was mentioned, we are seeking to change the existing occupancy, which is medical cannabis facility, to a full cannabis establishment that would include adult use. This particular location is located along 1A in East Boston. What is unique about it, as you can see, there is no residential housing in this immediate area. Our closest residential housing is over 1,000 feet away.
Okay, so Mr. Drago, tell us, has medical marijuana actually moved into this facility or has it not?
So, Madam Chair, it's a great question. So we were approved in November of 2016. We did not, by the time we were able to build out and submit everything to the CCC, we were not able to get our approval, our final comments, operations granted until April 28th, 2020. And that was right at the height of the pandemic, so we were shut down. So at this point, we just wanted to go forward with, we had already been in the process of applying for a recreational at the same time. So we were prepared to open, but due to that, we weren't open.
Okay, so Mr. Drago, let's just cut to the chase then.
Sure.
So tell us, have you gotten a complete approval for this establishment from the commission?
For medical, yes, and then we were approved for recreational on November 18th, 2020 from the Boston Cannabis Board. If we were to be approved by this board today for recreational adult use, we would then move forward with our application.
This looks, given the location, it looks like a lot that doesn't have very many eyes on it. Can you tell us how it's proposed to operate as a full cannabis establishment?
So it will have, so this particular location is in a commercial area, which makes it great for car traffic and vehicular traffic. We have over 42 parking spaces available, which will also include spaces for employees. So this is a great destination spot. It is along 1A, so there is a lot of commercial activity around it. We have a full security plan. We will have 3 security personnel on staff at all times. And we also have cameras both on the inside and the outside. What it also has is 2 large loading bays, which is unique for a cannabis facility. So all of the loading or unloading of cannabis would be done in the security of the inside facility, strictly by personnel, so away from the public eye. There's plenty of area inside this building for queuing. It can hold 50 people within the lobby and plenty of area to queue along that. With the pandemic, though, we don't expect that to happen. We believe it would be more like 24 folks.
Okay, so just let's assume normal life continues. How are you going to prevent loitering on the lot?
Sure. So we have full security facility outside as well as inside, and then a whole infrared cameras on the outside of the building and the inside of the building that are monitored 24 hours a day.
So that sounds passive. What are you actively doing proposing to do to limit loitering?
So, I mean, we've met with the police department, we've talked with the community, we have folks inside and outside. I think we have a great security plan. We have John Gray, our security professional, who's also here to testify, if need be as well.
Okay, so you are, and the applicant, who is the applicant? Is the applicant on?
Yes, Michael Reardon, who is the co-CEO and owner, is on the call.
Mr. Reardon, can you identify yourself, please?
I don't know if he's, and there's also.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, put your name and address on the record, please.
Sure. Michael Reardon, president of HGV Massachusetts, Inc. Address is 38 Great Republic Drive, Gloucester, Massachusetts.
Okay, so Mr. Reardon, the bucks will stop with you because Mr. Drago and Mr. Christopher are hired guns. So tell us in your words, how are you going to make sure there's no late night loitering or just general loitering, which is a very great possibility on 1A?
Sure. So so during the daytime and operating hours of the facility, we will have our security staff both inside and outside. And the outside staff is obviously fully committed, and their actual main purview is to ensure that any customers vacate the property immediately after they have a purchase transaction take place. So there's no loitering in our parking lot and no consumption of cannabis on our property, because that is not allowed. It's against state law. There's no public consumption allowed on this property. So the staff will be asking everyone and facilitating that they depart after they have completed transaction. And if anyone is on our property that actually is not a customer queuing up to enter the facility, or just actually waiting for somebody to exit the facility in a vehicle, they will be asked to move along. As Jeff mentioned, we have 360-degree coverage externally of this facility, so much so that John Gray, recently our director of security, was contacted by the Boston Police Department regarding an accident that took place right outside our facility. So we have great camera coverage, is monitored 24/7. If any activity is, and our infrared sensors go off outside of our operating hours, and it's of any substance, for instance, somebody trying to get into the building, we are notified.
And what are your operating hours?
It's at
10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
7 days a week.
7 days a week? Okay.
Correct.
And are you taking any online orders to reduce the wait time?
Yes, it represents about 50% of our business. So the repeat customers prefer an online transaction because they're not doing any shopping. They know what they want. They look at our menu online. They place that order. Upon their arrival, they have to have the 4 ID checks in order to get their product. But it is an expedited process that typically takes less than 6 minutes.
Okay, and is there any screening and buffering of the property proposed?
None more so than what we have currently done today.
Okay, is that in your slide deck? And if it is, please let Colette know what page it's on. In the meantime, Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The drawings are pretty straightforward. They're adequate. Mr. Drake, it looks like there's a little bit of design change to the exterior, correct?
Correct. Correct. That happened during the process.
Okay.
And was it significant? Did it concern you, Mr. Ehrlich?
No, it's just that I think if we approve, it should trigger BPDA design review, that's all. So, unlike many of these projects with voluntary renovation, this includes some exterior.
What could have happened? And are there any questions from the board?
I got one question. Is there a gate is there gonna be a gate on the driveway? I'm just thinking like after hours.
I can answer that. Yes, there will be. Right now, we have a temporary fence as a barrier to entry, but when we do close for the evening at 9 p.m., we will have an operating gate for security reasons to keep anyone from coming into the facility after hours with a vehicle.
Okay, perfect. That was all I had.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is this the slide for screening and buffering against the property?
So Madam Chair, there's only a small area because most of it's all parking, and in the back of it is fencing. We can.
So how about along 1A? Is there any screening and buffering proposed there?
So where the fence line is, there's really sidewalk, if you see it, and then hot top. We can certainly add some planters or anything like that, but if we wanted to maximize parking, but we certainly can.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. There were no concerns expressed by residents during the community process, and the Office of Neighborhood Services also received a letter of support from the state representative, Adrian Meadow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one raised hand.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Luigi Natali from the office of Senator Joseph Boncory's office, and he is in full support of this project.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
I also have one more raised hand. Caller 307. You've been unmuted.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. First of all, wishing you all good health and an excellent 2021. Madam Chair, we want to go on record in support of this petition.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no more raised hands.
Okay. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
We'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review for the exterior of the building and screening and buffering.
Second, Bill.
Jeff, please make sure that that gate that's being proposed is solid enough. And screening and buffering, as Mr. Ehrlich has mentioned. Is there a second?
Yep, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Thanks, members of the board.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 111-9326, 51 Jeffrey Street. This is an interior full gut renovation, installation of roof deck for Unit 3, replace existing fire escape with 3-story porch system, egress stairs to ground to include extension of living space into the basement. The violations, Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback, Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR, Article 53, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback, Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions, roof access, and Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Name and address for the record, please.
Is Miss Sierra on? Miss Ambassador, do you see her?
Yes. Yes, I do. One second. Okay. Claudia.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please put your name and address on the record.
Thank you. My name is Claudia Sierra, and 51 Jeffrey Street, East Boston.
So tell us what you're proposing to do.
So this proposal, it's to fully renovate a 3-family structure in Jeffrey's Point, and adding basement space to the living area of Unit 1 and a small roof deck for exclusive use of Unit 3.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The roof deck is fine. It's accessed by rear stairs. The living space in the basement is problematic of many of these proposals. It appears that the floor, basement floor to grade is 4'6", which would mean, so I'm curious from the applicant about the lighting and how far below grade it is.
So the height of the basement, I believe is 7'4".
And how many units will there ultimately be?
There'll still be 3 units. We're not adding.
All right, it's required to have 7'6", not 7'4".
Yeah, I don't recall. I'm sorry, I do not recall the exact height of the basement ceiling.
Well, I mean, we can't approve something without knowing that. That's a code. That would be a potential code violation.
And what is the use of that basement space?
It's just additional living space for the first floor.
And
There's a bedroom, a living room, and bathroom.
Okay, so the thing, Ms. Sierra, is that the problem with that 4'6" is that if somebody is in that bedroom, they will not be, and there's a fire in the bathroom or, I don't know, somewhere else, that person will not be able to really, if they need to escape through the windows, will not be able to do so.
I understand that. I think we are in full compliance. Unfortunately, I can't find my files with the actual height.
Who's your architect on this?
David Choi.
Okay.
Is he on the call?
No, he's not on the call. But in order for us to propose the additional living space, the height was also taken into consideration.
Right. The problem is that there's no elevations on the. Well, wait a minute. It's unclear. I mean, are there window? Okay, there are. I'm sorry, there are
two front windows, correct?
With window wells. How is that? I don't see that being shown on the drawings.
So the basement has a retainer wall that is in front of the windows, which allows the appropriate height from the retainer wall to the windows exit. We had it inspected by ISD, and they were fine with the height of the windows.
Okay, so to tell us how circulation will work in that unit, because if your living room's in the basement, does somebody enter on the first floor into bedrooms?
So the first floor, we're working on making this probably some adjustments to make sure that there's more flow, and there's not so many walls. So the living space downstairs, if we can move it up a little bit, I'm sorry, to the, let's see. Okay, so this will be one space with no living room. The living room will be upstairs in the first floor. So there will be a bathroom and one bedroom downstairs. And the living room will be in the main unit, in the main level.
So what will be where the living room is now shown to be?
There's only going to be the bathroom and one bedroom.
So the entire basement space would be a bathroom and a bedroom?
No, there is to the left of the and
the utility room.
There's a utility room, but the rest of the space will be one bathroom and a bedroom.
Okay.
Madam Chair, what the applicant is saying does not correspond to what the drawings are showing. I don't feel all that comfortable going forward.
So I wonder, Mr. Ehrlich, if we can, on the plans, X out that living room space in the basement and put certain provisos in place with no building code relief.
May I just say something? Our plan reviewer.
No, so just hold on. We are in discussion. What do you think of that concept, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, I don't understand. If there's only a bedroom and bathroom, you've got this large space that's now the living room. What's it going to be?
Okay, so that's what I was going to say. When I was going to the community process.
No. First tell us what your intent is.
Exactly. So there is the utility room will be larger to accommodate the sprinkler units, because this building will be fully sprinkled. And as it is in the plans, the sprinklers will not, tanks will not be able to fit there. So the utility room will be bigger, and then the rest of the free space will be one bathroom and a bedroom. We already have a set of plans with that. I mean, I can send them. And what happened was we did receive no indications that we needed to resend anything new to anyone. And we just found out yesterday that it will take 2 extra weeks for review.
Okay, so let's just put a motion for deferral in place so we have what we need.
No, we need to have the actual plans that we're approving, and we don't have them, so I'll make a motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
Madam Chair, we are into March 30th of 2021 at 12:30.
March 30th at, I'm sorry, what
12:30.
time?
12:30.
Okay, we'll see you at, then. In the meantime, as soon as possible, please submit the revised plans. And also note that you should have on the record what the floor to ceiling height is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA.
I'm sorry, was there a second on the motion?
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 105-7383, 73 Falcon Street.
Madam Chair, Ed DeVoe, I am going to recuse myself on this project.
Thank you.
This is to erect a 3-family dwelling with rear deck. The violations, Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, a 3-family dwelling is forbidden use. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, front yards insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, side yards insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Summer Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this is an existing 2,400 square foot lot in the Eagle Hill section of East Boston. And as the secretary indicated, we are proposing a 3-unit dwelling, new construction on the site. This will contain a total of 3 all 2-bedroom single bath units. They're approximately about 12 to 1,300 square feet each. So very generously sized, could easily be accommodated or modified to allow for a 3-bedroom. With respect to the relief that's necessary, this is located in a 2F 2000 district. We do comply with the minimum lot size and lot width requirements. We do require relief for one of the conditions we're proposing with respect to side yard. We are locating the building just under a foot off of the left side of the property. We are setting it back 3 feet on the right side, which is closest to the nearest structure to our right. And that would also allow for openings on the right side of the building. We are requesting relief for the rear yard as measured from the decks. We're at about 16.6 feet, as you can see here on the site plan. The lot is 87.5 feet deep, which would qualify it for a shallow lot exception. And therefore, while the required typical rear yard setback is 30 feet, we're able to...
Hold on, Councilor Collette. Can you please move to the rendering so we can see how it looks in context? Go ahead, Mr. Lins.
Yeah, so with respect to the rear yard, the actual depth that's required in the code is 23.75. We're requesting a variance. In the 2F district, Madam Chair, 2.5 stories, but 35 feet is the maximum allowable height. As you can see, this is the front-on rendering. This side of Falcon Street consists of mostly triple-decker type buildings. We are proposing something that is relatively consistent in height. Colette, we do have a better rendering in context if you could scroll down a little bit further. There we go. So what we're trying to do is propose something that meets or at least respects the character, while also providing off-street parking at the lower level. The height of our building, Madam Chair, is a total of 39 feet, 11 inches, slightly over the 35-foot height limit that's permitted. We do show in the plan, we are able to accommodate at least 2 parking spaces. With some configuration of proposed storage, we are actually confident we can get 3 parking spaces total in the site. We are requesting relief for it. Nonetheless, we were cited for insufficient off-street parking, but are able to address that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are you proposing any roof deck?
There is no roof deck proposed with respect to this project.
And no head house or anything, just a flat roof, okay? Who's the architect on this?
It's Frank Dalmuto. He's on the call with us as well.
Okay, thank you. And so you're proposing a curb cut, or does that exist already?
There's an existing curb cut already on the site.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The drawings are pretty straightforward. With respect to the curb cut, Mr. Lind, in that photograph of site contacts, it shows 2 existing curb cuts. I assume you will use the right one and close up the left one?
So I believe, Mr. Ehrlich, we're looking at there are 2 lots here. We do not own the lot to the left, so that lot is a driveway for the adjoining building.
Okay, got it. So the one in that photograph is on the right, that will stay as is. The drawings don't show it. Do you know what the width of that curb cut is?
I believe it'd be 12 feet, Mr. Ehrlich, which is the standard residential curb cut.
Okay, all right. The drawings are okay.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Linda Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters, and this proposal also received support from Eagle Hill Civic Association. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support.
Madam Chair, we have no raised hands at the moment.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 1 letter of support, 1 letter of opposition.
Excuse me, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And again, Jeff, if you can make sure that garage door is field permeable.
Yes,
So,
ma'am. Yep.
okay, thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-2440, 133 Boardman Street. This is a new 7-unit residential building with 7 parking spaces, a private roof decks. Violations, Article 10, Section 1, off-street parking limited area. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 53, Section 8, use is forbidden, 7-unit building, 2 families max. Article 27T-5, it's in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Article 53, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 53, Section 9, front yards insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, side yards insufficient. And Article 53, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, I'd like to recuse myself from this.
Madam Chair, I need to recuse myself as well.
Okay, so that means we have a 5-member board. The applicant needs to know that for this project to move, he would need, or she would need all members in support. So you can, if you'd like, request an administrative deferral until such time there is a full board.
Madam Chair, I've had a chance to speak to my client about this. We elect to proceed at this time.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Thank you. And for the record, Richard Linds, 245 Summer Street, on behalf of the petitioner, Ricky Beliveau. Madam Chair, this involves an existing 2-family dwelling. This is probably a good place to stop, which is actually the last home on Boardman Street in the Orient Heights section of East Boston. It is bounded by essentially McClellan Highway, the hotel at the Hilton Garden Inn across the street, and then a large 2-acre unbuildable parcel that's owned by, formerly owned by the Sons of Divine Providence, involved with the Don Orione nursing home on the hill. Our proposal would erect a new 7-unit dwelling with a total of 7 parking spaces. The unit sizes are approximately all about 1,000 square feet, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and this is intended for home ownership upon completion. This does sit on an existing 4,000 square foot lot, which is conforming under Article 53. It also has sufficient frontage at 51 feet. We are proposing a setback on the side, 3 feet on the left, which is closest to McClellan Highway with little impact. There's no residential structures, and proposing a 10-foot setback on the right. One of the reasons we located the driveway on the right side of the building, as we work very closely with the direct abutters to the right to assist them with providing off-street parking on their property as well. We are proposing setbacks of about 10 feet on the rear. 29 feet would be the actual required setback, but again, we're looking at a approximately 2-acre site that is non-buildable. There are deed restrictions in the existing title for that property that do not allow anything to be built on the site directly to the rear. Our building would be, it's being cited as a 5-story, but as we're seeing here, we're showing it as a total of 4 stories, and I believe it's just under 45 feet. Our floor area ratio is 2.34, where 0.8 is allowable, and we do require a total of 9 parking spaces based on the calculation of Article 53, and we are proposing 7. So I'm happy to answer any questions of the board.
There are a couple of questions. So you're proposing roof decks?
So we did include roof decks with head houses, and this was something that we did discuss with the community. I do fully appreciate the board's concern over roof decks, but in taking this on a case-by-case basis and considering that the surrounding neighborhood, in the context of the surrounding neighborhood, there would be little to no visual impact from any head houses proposed in this case. And again, because we do have McClellan Highway to our left, the Hilton Garden Inn Hotel to our front, and then nothing behind us, or nothing able to be behind us, we feel that the impact from the head houses is minimal. My client is fully amenable to seeking building code relief and to go by hatch, but we wanted to at least include that with the proposal for the board to review.
Okay, and there are a couple of other notes that the decks, okay, let's see. The stairway head house does not meet horizontal setbacks. Is that been addressed?
So again, we are requesting relief on the side yard, at least on the left side. We probably would not be within the setback requirement. 7 feet is required in the 2F 4000 district. So the head house to the left would likely be non-compliant with the side yard setback. Head house to the right would be, however, the left would be in violation of Article 53. Again, the nearest abutter is McClellan Highway to the left.
Yes, okay. Colette, can you get to show us the rear view and tell us how parking is proposed to work?
We also have Eric Zackerson, who's the project architect, but I believe we do have a site plan showing the access from the right side of the property with the number of parking spaces oriented towards the rear. We do show an area based upon the size of this building, again, towards the rear left for a transformer. And again, this is becomes a more consistent or frequent requirement for these size projects in the neighborhood. So we do show the 7 parking spaces oriented around the back portion of the property.
How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, the drawings are fine. I do have a question on the elevations with respect to the roof decks and head house. This is a question. On the side elevations on A31 and 32, they're drawn in clearly, and on the front and rear elevations, A30, they're sort of shadowed as if it's not really definite that they're going to be there. Is there a reason for that?
Just to ensure that they are set back from the front facade. They are directly on the side facades, but they are set back from the front and rear facade.
Okay, all right. It's a little surprising, that's all. But I mean, they'll be visible there just the same as the facade. So in any case, Madam Chair, the drawings are fine. There are head houses, and if we approve this, I would suspect we would want to change that.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, Ed DeVoe. Attorney Lins, if you could, I mean, no fault to the owners of the developers of this property, but that is a bit of a nightmare intersection there, as you're well aware. If you could possibly just explain a bit more about entering and exiting the property in terms of parking. I know there's some gridlock at the intersections of Layton, Ford, and McClellan. That can be a nightmare, particularly in the morning, if we ever get back to normal. So if you could just walk me through that, that would be helpful, please.
Yeah, so good question, Mr. DeVoe, and obviously you're very familiar with that area. Clearly, coming out of the property, you would not be able to cross. I believe there's a double yellow line on Boardman Street. You would only be taking a right turn only, and then accessing the property. You have to access from Boardman Street as well. There would not be the ability to take a left turn off of Boardman onto the site. So you'd have to either come back down Ashley Street or back into Boardman Street.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I understand that this is the end of the block, so to speak, but the character of the street appears to be those 35 feet, about 35 feet. Is that right, Mr. Lenz?
So it actually is a mixed bag, Madam Chair, because we do have a 6-story hotel directly across the street. I don't know if it's shown in any of the...
No, I'm familiar with that. I'm just talking more about the facade, the presentation of Boardman.
Yeah. So there is a mix along Boardman. We've done a number of projects on the end of Layton Street where Boardman merges. We do have some 4-story buildings at the end of Layton as well. There is an apartment building that is at the intersection of Layton and Boardman. Again, it may not be shown, but the reverse view of this here, there's a 4-story multifamily. I believe it's a 12-unit building that merges at the intersection.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutters meeting on September 22nd, where the applicant addressed several of the concerns of the abutters. We received 15 letters of support, from abutters, including 2 direct abutters. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would like to leave this proposal at the discretion of the board.
Hi.
Karen, are you going to speak? Ms. Ambassador, anybody else with raised hands?
No, ma'am. Oh, actually,
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 15 letters of support.
And I have a raised hand from 617852. Hi, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hi, I'm Linda Knox, and I'm the direct abutter of this project. And I hear of everyone's concerns, but as far as the driveway, that's really not a concern. Right now, 3 cars park in tandem, and we have no problem getting out because either people know the situation at the red light or they're just kind. But you can also take a left and go on Boardman. I just wanted to correct that because right in front of my house, there's a break in the road where you're supposed to take a left if you're coming down Layton Street. So we pull out and actually take a left there. And as far as the look of the building, the property, Ricky has worked hard with us because we were concerned originally, but he's been amenable to all my requests, and I feel very confident that this would just be a plus to our neighborhood.
Madam Chair, Ed DeVoe again. Attorney Lins, could you just confirm, though, it will be a right turn only?
I can confirm that there is I believe there's a double yellow line, so the right turn only out of the property. And I want to just add one thing. Currently, vehicles back out onto Boardman Street. This project would allow for vehicles to come out
around
and take a turn. So actually improves the safety of access to the site.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with two provisos, BPDA design review, and that the access to the roof deck be by hatch.
Second that, Ed DeVoe.
Second, Tyrone, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 106-9135, 280 Eagle Street. This is to change occupancy to a 4-unit residential dwelling and erect a roof deck. The violation is Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use. Article 27T-5, it's in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, the use is conditional. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Article 53, Section 52, access to the roof deck. 56, insufficient off-street parking. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner. Madam Chair, this is a pre-existing 3-unit dwelling in the Eagle Hill section of East Boston. I'm going to clarify the record. The violation included a description to add roof deck. During the community process, we eliminated the roof deck, so there is no roof deck being proposed with respect to this project. The proposed change would result in an extension of living space into the basement area. As you can see from the, you'll see from some of the side renderings and side views of the property, this has a pretty substantial exposed foundation as the corner condition of this property descends down towards Condor Street. So we have almost a fully exposed basement towards the rear portion of the property. We would be proposing approximately a 750 square foot 2-bedroom unit in the basement level. We are able to comply with all of the building code requirements to include appropriate means of egress for this particular space. And the building obviously would be fully sprinkled based upon renovations to the property. This is a 2F2000 district, and as I said, it's already a pre-existing non-conforming structure. The change from a 3-family to a 4-family would involve an extension of the non-conforming use. We would also require variance for the existing condition of FAR, which is already at 1.95. That would be increased to 2.51. And then Article 53 requires that any proposed additional dwelling units for pre-existing non-conforming structures would be required to comply with the parking for that additional unit. So a variance for 1 parking space is also being requested. We're not changing anything with respect to...
Mr. Lenz, what's the floor-to-ceiling height, please?
It's 8 feet 4 inches clear throughout the entire basement.
And will the utilities, how will the separate utilities be accommodated?
So as you can see here in Ms. Folan's screen, we do show common mechanical that are accessed from the rear of the building. The entire building would have access to that, which is required under the building code. So there is no requirement to enter the unit or to go inside the unit for any of the mechanicals that would service the building.
And from the photographs, it looks like the current windows are essentially peepholes. Will those be extended in any way?
That's correct. So the windows on the rear and the right side of the building will be modified. I believe we're actually incorporating some full-size windows on the right side of the building, including the one for the bedroom. You can see that there.
Okay, I see that. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The plans are okay. On that basement unit, Unit B, while it looks very tight in the front in terms of relation to grade, the property does slope down dramatically, and it's actually graded at floor level in the rear. So as long as there are large windows, this should be adequate.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anyone here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, the applicant worked close with the community and addressed most of the concerns. And we also received 11 letters of support from abutters, including 1 direct abutter. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I see no.
Oh, sorry.
Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 14 letters of support and 1 letter of opposition.
And what is the opposition based on?
Opposed to the project in general.
Okay. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve. Jeff, do you want design review?
No, not for a basement unit. I don't think there are exterior changes, especially with the roof deck being removed.
Yeah, okay. All right, then just straight approval.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-3745, 49 Utah Street. This is a constructed new roof deck addition to the 3rd floor unit. The violations, Article 27D-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restrictions. Article 53, Section 9, side yards insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the rear yards insufficient. And Article 9, Section 1, extension of a non-conforming use. Name and address for the record, please.
Who is here representing Utah Street?
Hi, Nathaniel, you've been unmuted.
Yes, I'm unmuted now. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Nathaniel Brevard for 49 Utah Street. My address is 145 Washington Ave, Winthrop.
So tell us what's being proposed.
Sure. So this project is just for a roof deck. It is a 2.5-story building in the Eagle Hill section of East Boston. The deck will be built on top of the rear of the 2nd floor. That will allow the 3rd floor to walk out onto it in the rear of that unit for their exclusive use.
This is a 3-family, is it a 3-family dwelling?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How are the plans?
Drawings are fine.
Okay, is any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, this proposal received strong support from abutters and from Eagle Hill Civic Association. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would also like to go on the record in support.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Is anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 1 letter of support.
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands at the moment.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 109-0432, 11 half Claremont Park. This is off-street parking for 2 vehicles. The violations, Article 64, Section 36, off-street parking requirement, maneuvering in access areas. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the applicant. This is a use of premises application to confirm 2 parking spaces at the rear of a 2-family dwelling at 11.5 Claremont Park. And it is a condition that has existed for over 50 years, but in connection with the other renovations to the property, ISD asked us to file a use of premises permit application to confirm the 2 parking spaces. They are both at the rear of the property and are accessed by private alley number 536, which is between Greenwich Park and Claremont Park. And it is a condition that is similar to every other house along that stretch of Claremont Park. The 2 spaces are 20 feet by 10.5 feet, so they meet the size requirements for parking spaces. But ISD cited the maneuverability because it's accessed from a private alley.
And how many units so this is dedicated to 11.5 Claremont. How many units in that building?
It's a 2-unit condominium building.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, there's one plan, site plan, and Mr. Lacasse, it's a little confusing. The private way, I assume, is in the rear, that shows on the drawings as a 10-foot wide passageway. Is that it?
Yep, it's known as private alley number 536 on the city assessing map. And it's between Greenwich Park and Claremont Park, and every property.
Well, I'm looking not at the assessing map, I'm looking at the drawing you provided.
Yep.
So that 10-foot wide passageway, is that the issue?
That's the access issue. We're not quite sure why ISD recommended that we file a use of premises application for parking spaces that have existed for over 50 years. Perhaps it is because parking spaces that are part of condominium buildings are now being assessed as separate tax parcels. So perhaps to clarify that record, it was recommended that we do so. But as I said, every other house along this stretch of Claremont Park, as well as Greenwich Park, has parking in the rear, and that private alley is used for purposes of access to everybody's driveways back there.
And is the issue has been raised in maneuverability? I can't tell from the drawings whether there'd be a maneuverability problem or not. Is this the same for every other?
It's the same for every other, and like I said, the condition has existed for over 50 years, and the residents of this building have used the parking back there, as has every other resident. So it's maneuverability seems to be the default citation for parking spaces, but there is maneuverability, and these spaces are readily used by the residents.
Okay, Madam Chair, I mean, it is, you can see it is what it is. It's a little hard to make a judgment about that, but so.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kim Crucioli from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The Mayor would like to go on record in support of this proposal. The Mayor's Office, I'm sorry. It was presented before the Claremont Neighborhood Association and received support, and there were no concerns or issues from the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak either in support or in opposition? Is Anna on?
I'm here, but it doesn't fall under Councilor Flynn's list. Thank you.
Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? People, help me. Board members, is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 111-7413, 294 Columbus Avenue. This is a change of occupancy from 4 to 5 residential units, demolished an existing spiral stair, infill former in-unit stair opening, and 1-hour ceiling assembly. This is a violation of Article 64, Section 36, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 64, Section 8.2, basement units are forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Derek Rubinoff from Derek Rubinoff Architect, and I'm at 82 Spring Street in West Roxbury, Massachusetts. Comcast has been spotty this morning, so hopefully I will not be cut off here. If I do, I'll go back on my phone as soon as possible, but I'm on my computer right now. Good morning to the board. Thank you for hearing us. I'm the architect for the project, represent the ownership of the building. Currently, this is a 4-unit building. That was given zoning relief to become to add the two stories that have been since added back in 2015. And now what the ownership would like to do is take an existing duplex unit that's already finished and is legal, that is currently on the first floor in the basement. And they would like to subdivide that unit into a separate first floor unit that would be 2 bedrooms. So that would be essentially existing to remain, and then we would eliminate the spiral stair between that and the basement part of that unit, and then separate the basement part, which again is already finished, it's already part of the GFA, to become a studio unit. And it's really a garden unit that is at level with.
So Derek, please tell us then, if they're taking a unit and splitting it, what is the size of the basement unit and the size of the first floor unit under this split?
Yeah, certainly. The size of the basement unit would be a studio of 497 square feet, and the first floor unit would be 800 square feet.
Don't the owners have adequate use, especially since they did go through the first time around and get relief for the additional 2 floors?
Well, I think the market has shifted in their opinion, and what they think would be more marketable. Instead of having a 3-bedroom unit that's a duplex unit, they feel it would be more marketable to have a 2-bedroom unit and a studio in the basement.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Yeah, I'm sure it's more marketable. I'm sure you can get more for 2 units than 1.
Yeah, I'm really torn with this because, it feels that the applicants have already come for relief, have profited off of that relief, and now are looking to, continue that. In the meantime, there's understanding the south end, there is no opportunity for off-street parking. So, anyway, let's just go through the process, hear what people have to say. Are there any questions from the board?
Just on the plans, Mr. Rubinoff, I don't see any elevations that give me an indication of heights and access and all of that. So can you fill us in?
Yeah, sure. There is a ceiling plan that shows that there's over 8 feet of height in this proposed basement unit, 8 feet to 8'6". And then also in the supplemental document, there's a section that shows the heights of the window in the back. So we have the exterior perspectives. Certainly we could furnish elevations if that is required. I will add that the basement unit next door was approved by the board last year for the very, very similar situation as this.
So let's just see. So the access to this proposed unit would be down that set of stairs. Okay, so I see. It's the elimination of the circular stairwell. Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak either in support or in opposition of this proposal?
Hi, yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kim Crucioli from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of this proposal. An abutters meeting was held and there were no concerns. On the same street, other parcels that are multifamilies have basement units, so it fits in with the character of the neighborhood. The Ellis Neighborhood Association also supports the proposal. Thank you.
Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support as we have contacted neighbors and the Ellis Neighborhood Association who reported no concerns with the project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council, Urge Michael Flaherty, the council to go on record in support.
Thank you. Ms. Ambassador, any more raised hands?
Madam Chair, no raised hands at the moment.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with, do we need design review?
No, we don't need design review, Joe.
Okay, motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? For the record, I will voice my opposition. Motion carries.
Great, thank you to the board. I appreciate it.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 105-1295, 332 to 340 Summer Street. The applicant seeks to continue the use premises as a public parking lot for a fee for capacity of 40 vehicles, which expired on December 31st, 2020. The violation is Article 6, Section 4, a change in the previous decision of the Zoning Board of Appeal. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. David Gottlieb, 309 Washington Street in Brighton. The applicant seeks to extend the use of premises permit until January 31, 2024. The applicant has recently made improvements to the premises in fall of 2020. Those improvements were approved by the Fort Point Channel Landmark District Commission. They include refurbishing the fence that's on Boston Wharf Road and also installing a planting bed and landscaping. In regards to neighborhood outreach, we reached out to the Fort Point Neighborhood Association. We spoke with them over the phone, and they also visited the premises, and they provided us with a letter of support, and I submitted that letter of the support to the board.
Okay, how are the, let me just see. Oh, okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Straightforward.
Do you have any current photos?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you for asking that. I actually submitted a letter with a significant amount of photos to the ISD Board of Appeals showing the work that had been completed after the Landmark Commission gave us the approval. I would also like to note that we actually obtained a short form building permit from the Inspectional Services Department, Building Department, after the Landmark Commission gave us a certificate of design approval. That way it could be seen that we did the work that the Landmark Commission approved for us, and I provided photographic proof to the Board of Appeal. I emailed and also sent that priority mail with the photos to the board.
So this is the lot behind Row 34 that you enter on by that little road by Fort Point Market?
Correct. So we're actually, the entrance to the lot is actually located on Congress Street, between the building located at 381 Congress Street and the building located at 369 Congress Street. And the parking lot is located below grade at Boston Wharf Road, as you said, behind Row 34 restaurant.
And so you're proposing to completely, entirely clean up that lot. Are you proposing to have any lighting in there? Because I know the times I've parked in there, I have not felt secure.
So the improvements that we made have been pretty significant. We also do have a maintenance plan when we send people out to clean it out. But if you've visited the lot recently, you'll notice that the fence that was installed has been completely refurbished. And the planting bed as well it's a new planting bed is installed, so it's provided screening. And the lot has been cleaned up significantly. In regards to the lighting there, we feel is sufficient, both within the lot and also outside with the additional lights in the public streets.
Okay, and, okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
As I said, straightforward.
Okay, any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Hi, Madam of the Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Rasavi Georgi's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have one letter from the Fort Point Seaport Association in support. Madam Chair, I would have to tend to agree with you as far as the lighting. I've been down there myself in various capacity of meetings and stuff. there are some sort of new lighting that they can illuminate that area a lot better. So I would suggest that maybe they could take a look at that.
Okay. On the heels of that, Mr. Fortune, how about a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review for screening, buffering, lighting, and signage. The sign there is pretty old, and there's pretty specific guidelines on what the public parking sign should look like that I'm sure Stanhope Garage is familiar with. So,
Mr. Ruggiero, is that for a 2-year or 3-year?
We usually do 2 on these, right?
I refer to Mr. Hampton on that.
We can do 3 years on that one, Mr. Ruggiero, if you don't mind doing that.
And so this is from the December 31st date. So it would bring us to December 23.
Yep, let's do it for 3 years.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1122487, 100 N Street. This is level 3 alteration, a change of occupancy from an existing 13,995 square foot convent into a proposed early childhood daycare center for the South Boston Catholic Academy. The project includes a 938 square foot entry and a second floor corridor addition. The new elevator with fire protection system. The violations, Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading requirement, and Article 68, Section 7, the daycare use is forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Morency. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, members, joining me today on this in this meeting are the project architect, Glenn Hoffman, also the pastor of Gate of Heaven St. Bridget Parish, Father Robert Casey, and Helen Sivian, who is the principal of South Boston Catholic Academy. Madam Chair, members, my client is the parish of Gate of Heaven and St. Bridget's and South Boston Catholic Academy. The site in question is in South Boston. It is located on N Street, occupying a portion of the block next to St. Bridget's Church between East 4th Street and East Broadway. The building in question at 100 N Street is the former convent building for St. Bridget's Parish. It is not used as such any longer. South Boston Catholic Education Center is located a block away at the corner of N and Broadway, and right now incorporates the early education center of the school. The proposal is to relocate the students from that early education center, create a new South Boston Early Education Center here at 100 N Street. That would thus free up space for a growing demand for the K through 6 school services currently offered at the other location. There's not much of a change in terms of the building. It is an interior retrofit. There is some work in terms of a new entry vestibule, but no expansion of the building vertically or the footprint of the building. The area, which is currently now an open air area between the church and the convent building, would be repurposed as both a drop-off area, drive-in and drop-off for the South Boston Early Education Center. The site plan shows the proposed 15 parking spaces, as well as the turning circle for pickup and drop-off. And in terms of the violations, this would be an early education center. As I said, it is not a daycare per se. However, daycare is the only item in the use item code which most nearly fits in with what this K0, K1 school, which it is, would be offering. So there is relief required for the use. Also, the zoning refusal letter cites parking. The required parking here for the new use is 9 parking spaces, as I indicated. 15 would be provided. The reason why this was cited on the refusal letter, I believe, is because, in the detail on the refusal letter, is that the examiner says it doesn't account for parking for the other uses on the site, namely the church. The church has its own parking, which, looking at the site plan, is up at 11 o'clock. It's on the East 4th Street side of the site plan, which is the southerly side of the church. None of the parking for the church is impacted.
Francie, hold on for a minute. How many children are they anticipating in this space?
They're anticipating 5 classes of 15 children, essentially what the number is now at the other location at the corner of O and Broadway. And also there'll be staggered times for the preschool. So that there'll be some drop-offs occurring at 7, 7:30, and 8 a.m., and the pickups would occur at 2:30, 5 p.m., and 5:30 p.m. And the school would
So at capacity, that would be 75 kids. How many staff people on the site are you anticipating?
I can ask Helen Sibian, who is the principal, to talk about the number of staff people. Again, these are people who would be otherwise working a block away. This would be the new.
I understand.
Helen, are you available on the call? If you could raise your hand, or Father Casey.
Yep, I'm going to. Hi, Helen.
Put your name and address on the record, please, and tell us how many staff you're anticipating being on the site.
Helen, you've been unmuted. Helen, you've been unmuted. Not sure what's going on, Madam Chair.
Father Casey, perhaps.
Casey. It's okay. Yep, I see him. Unmute. Father Casey, you've been unmuted. Hi, Father Casey.
In the meantime, Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The drawings are okay.
Yeah? Okay. Father Casey, we can hear you. Can you just put your name and address on the record and tell us how many staff are anticipated? In the meantime, is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Any questions from the board? Sorry. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. The Mayor's Office is in full support of this proposal. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ana Calderon from Councilor Flink's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support due to a true community process and work with the neighbors and City Point Neighborhood Association. It is Councilor Flink's position that South Boston Catholic Academy plans to add a daycare center will provide a much-needed option for affordable child care for many parents in South Boston. Councilor Flink enthusiastically supports this proposal as it will be a valuable resource to the community. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at Large Michael Flaherty. The council's record has been clear and consistent with Article 68 variances for residential projects. However, this proponent is seeking to reuse the convent that's no longer in use for early childhood seats that are in high demand in the neighborhood. He'd like to commend the proponent for working together with the neighbors, their ongoing commitment to South Boston. And he would like to offer his support and defer to the board's knowledge as to hardships under the code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one raised hand from Minor. You've been unmuted.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union, would like to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Karen.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office would like to go on record in support of this project, and we echo the comments of Councilor Flynn, Flaherty, and the mayor's office. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary, here we have 3 letters of support as well.
Thank you. Okay, my goal had been to understand if there was enough parking spaces for the staff people so that there would be no impact on the community. Is that possible for you to answer, Mr. Moranci?
Well, yes. So, Madam Chair, currently the staff is, there's parking associated with South Boston Catholic Academy a block away. So the staff for the current, K0, K1, the same staff, in other words, is currently parked there. So there's no increase in the number of staff. It's just a relocation of the school services to a block away. So, some may live in the community and walk to the school, or those who currently park at the other location, I suspect would continue to park there.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve, and I'm going to suggest BPDA design review. There's a new storefront and entryway that could probably bear a look at.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the last case for 9:30, calling BOA 897-174-520 Dorchester Avenue. This is a roof deck. The amendment is an issued permit and add a roof deck to a previously approved ZBA. Violation of Article 15, Section 1. The floor area ratio is excessive. Article 16, Section 1. The height is excessive in stories. And Article 16, Section 1. Height is excessive in feet. Name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Moranci, are you on?
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, members, I know the last thing that the board wants to hear is this sort of an introduction, but this is a very, very curious case, and will take some explanation. But feel free to cut me off when you think I've spoken enough. But this is a matter of a roof deck that has already been approved on the roof of a building that's already been built. And it was all approved by the board on February 28, 2017. The cause of this coming back to the board is that at about the time that this matter went to the board, and it went to the board with 2 roof decks, as well as an elevator override and a penthouse, a head house, to access the roof, because it is a 4-story building with an occupied roof. At this time, in the fall of 2017, the Inspectional Services Department was, at the time, insisting upon head house access. Penthouse is the term under the building code, and I'll continue to use that term, requiring penthouse access to occupied roofs on buildings of 4 or more stories. The plans examiner then, after this matter was approved by the board, indicated to my client that because there were 2 roof decks, that there needed to be 2 penthouses. I have an email exchange, and this is the only way I was able to bring myself up to speed with what was going on here, an email exchange from October 11th, which I'm not going to read unless the board asks me to, October 11th, 2017, with the commissioner of ISD at the time, Mr. Christopher, whereupon I was suggesting that the single penthouse should be considered adequate under the building code. And the ruling was, and Commissioner Christopher was in touch with the State Board of Building Regulations and Standards, The ruling at that time was that there needed to be 2 penthouses. My client was required to file an amend application for the second deck, which had already been approved by the board, but with hatch access, and to submit a new application for that. Now, that's fairly confusing already, but...
So, Mr. Francie, hold on. How many units in this building?
8 units.
This is 8 units. How many stories?
4 stories.
And it's 4 stories, and these are access only to 2 units. The drawing that I see in front of me, what is the difference between the shaded and unshaded areas?
The unshaded area is the area, the roof deck in question, again, which was already approved by this board, and then the new penthouse in the front that was built to provide access to the Unit 5 roof deck as required by the Inspectional Services Department. So in other words, the rear penthouse, which is shaded, has a door coming from that to the roof, and that is considered, or at the time was considered by ISD as the access penthouse for the roof deck on the right. The roof deck on the left is the one in question, in the one where the Inspectional Services Department informed us that it was necessary to add a full penthouse to provide access to that Unit 5 roof deck. This all occurred in 2018.
Mr. Brandt, can I interrupt you for a minute?
Sure, certainly.
I'm sure this was discussed, but why couldn't a door on the left of the rear penthouse and a little walkway be adequate to access the left roof deck?
This was my question to the Inspectional Services Department in October of 2017. And the answer that I got back, Mr. Ehrlich, because I suggested the very same thing. It was our intention from the beginning that if, in fact, penthouse access was required for the occupied roof, it was provided by the rear common penthouse. The position of the Inspectional Services Department at the time was that if there are 2 decks, there need to be 2 penthouses. It was a literal application of the relevant building code section, which, as the board is aware, is not applied the same way today. At the time, in fact, I was told that we would not, the Inspectional Services Department would not even support relief, which actually we already got relief because the board approved it without penthouse access, but it was post ZBA approval, whereupon ISD said because of pressure from the state at that time, fall of 2017, that they were, I don't know that the commission used the term cracking down, but he said that they had been contacted by the state and that they were seeking literal enforcement of the penthouse access regulation in the building code. And that's what this is about. And just to confuse matters, complicate matters a bit more, there was an abutters meeting held on November of 2018, and then the hearing, for some reason, was never scheduled. And we didn't find out about this until the certificate of occupancy for the building issued, and that CO said issued for 8 units and 1 roof deck, but not the second roof deck because of a pending amend application. I contacted ZBA staff. There was no record of the hearing being held, and nobody at the time noticed. I didn't notice. My client didn't notice. Nobody noticed. And we got to this point where we're now 4 years later, and it's necessary to clean this up in order to get a full permanent certificate of occupancy.
So basically, you're coming here to ask us for approval for that front penthouse and the front deck, essentially.
That is correct.
And everything's been built. Do we have a view of what that looks like?
It's it's on the plans that the board had there. That's the floor plan.
So the address is 520 Dorchester Avenue.
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
So, Mr. Moranci, there'll be 3 penthouses back to back, right?
Well, yeah. The elevator, Mr. Ehrlich, the elevator portion, that is That is a full projection of the building, you know, to the fourth floor. Yes, but yes, it's a single structure.
Whatever you call them.
Hold on, Miss Ambassador, can you mute everybody, please? I just need to hear from Mr. Ehrlich and Mr. Moranci. Thank you.
So no, the issue, I don't think it's column. There will be 3 structures on the roof back to back. My question is, I can't tell from the drawings, are they all the same height?
Yes.
Okay.
The rear penthouse structure in the front are exactly the same, except they're flipped, obviously, because the stairs are coming up in opposite directions. So the front one angles.
And is the elevator head house the same height?
Same height. Yes, everything is the same height, Mr. Ehrlich.
Okay, so at least from a design perspective, you've got one, essentially, looking at it from the outside, you've got one rectangular box.
Correct. It appears to be a single structure.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I look at the Google Maps show me. That's really odd because the rendering that's posted on the construction site shows a pure flat roof. Okay.
There are two buildings there on the Google Street View, Madam Chair. So it's, I think you're probably looking at the correct one. It's the building on the right. It says 520 Dot Ave.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So so it's essentially a block. Okay. And okay, so I don't know. It feels like our hands are tied unless we want to go ahead and ask for the demolition of that front penthouse. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support?
Madam Chair, I just got a quick question.
Sure.
Are the roof deck, are they done? I'm looking at Google Earth here, and I don't see any roof decks.
Yes, that's an old image, Mr. Fortune. The building, actually, units are for sale, which this is also complicating because unit buyers' attorneys are insisting upon a full permanent CO, and that's what can't happen until this gets resolved. But yes, those are just old. Both the street view and the bird's eye view are old images.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody to speak either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, I see no raised hands at the moment.
You know, this is the part that just makes us, I think, as board members, and this is not to you, Mr. Moranci, but to the universe out there that might be listening, that we anticipate that when a project comes before us, that's the final project, the final product. And obviously, this kind of brings to mind that really doesn't happen, that there's all this tinkering that occurs that then puts everybody in a bind. But after making that statement, may I just have a motion, please?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve. I mean, I don't like the idea of adding an additional penthouse, but given the fact that there's already 2 structures and this won't really affect the view line and the roof line, it'll just extend it. I guess under the circumstances, I'll make a motion to approve.
And this by no means sets a precedence because we will take the projects on a case-by-case basis.
Yes.
For a second?
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
The board is now adjourned until 12:30. I ask that any applicants who may be requesting a withdrawal or a deferral, please get in touch with Ms. Ambassador as soon as possible so she is aware of your intentions. Thank you. For January 12th is back in session. Happy New Year. I just want to remind people who are on the phone to press *3 because I think Ms. Ambassador has taken care of everybody else. I will, as I did before, just take a roll call of board members. Mr. Fortune,
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ehrlich. Can
I'm here.
Can we make sure that everybody's Mr. Ruggiero,
Here.
Mr. Legris,
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
good afternoon, Mr. Kendall, and Mr. Bo.
Hey, Madam Chair, there's an echo on your side. Are you logged onto two systems or?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, there's echo coming from your end, I believe.
Is it from my end? Okay. Is it here now?
No, yep, it's all set.
Okay. Is Mr. DeVos here, Mr. Kendall? And Mr. Hampton?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm here.
Afternoon. Let's see, can somebody let me know when Tyrone is on? So that we know whether we have a full board or not. In the meantime, we do have a 6-member board. So just to let everybody know that you need 5 members in support of your project for it to carry.
Madam Chair,
Unless I
Mr.
hear-
Kendall is on.
Okay, so I take that back. We are a full board. So let's get moving.
Okay, so I'm going to call the 12:30 hearings for deferrals or withdrawals. Address, please. Only deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30.
Hi, Mr. Secretary, Derek Spall here.
Yes.
Address 12 and 29 Rock Hill Road.
Sure. For the record, calling BOA 106-8506, 12 Rock Hill Road. This is a companion case, BOA 106-8509-29 Rock Hill Road. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small, the applicant Matthew Page. We're here today seeking the deferral of these matters. We are still in constant communications with the community group, and we are proceeding as planned.
May I have a motion, please?
Defer.
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second, Joe.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please?
We have a date of March 30th at 12:30.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, we have an echo still. Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30 only? Ms. Ambassador, any hands up?
I see no hands raised, but there were a few people who had let me know prior to the meeting. We're all set.
Okay. Call the first 2 cases in.
So, yes. Yeah, no, that's it. Mhm.
I'm sorry, Jesse, you're having a hard time hearing you going in and out. Yes, sorry.
Yes, sorry, it's coming in and out. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the question? Yep.
Can we call
Any
Eddie
other hands
Roach?
raised?
Eddie Roach has his hands raised. Has his
Eddie,
hand
yeah.
raised.
Eddie Roach, 1 second. Don't see. 1 second. Is he calling in? I see a caller 282. Hi, caller 282, you've been unmuted. Hi, caller 7282, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Let's just start with Blue Hill Ave, please.
I'm going to call the first two cases, Madam Chair, calling BOA 112-3442, 22 to 28 Blue Hill Avenue. There is a companion case, BOA 112-3448, 14 to 16 Partridge Place. 22 to 28 Blue Hill, this is a change of occupancy of 22 Blue Hill Ave, 28 Blue Hill Ave, from storage, distribution, and public garage to repair garage. The violations, Article 50, Section 19, a use of repair garage for two shops is conditional. This is for 14 to 16 Partridge. This is a change of occupancy from 14 to 16 Partridge Lane, from auto body repair to storage to health club, 50 occupants. The violation, Article 50, Section 19, the health club is conditional, and Article 50, Section 19, the storage is forbidden. Name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller. Happy New Year. Can you hear me okay, Madam Chair? Okay, thank you very much. Madam Chair, with me today is Marco Bertrand from Origin Property Group and BMF3 LLC, who's the property owner. As you can see here, this is in Dudley Square. It's at the corner of Dudley Street and Blue Hill Ave. It's an underutilized commercial warehouse. It used to be the Be Our Guest linen and party equipment rental business. And since Marco's ownership of the property, what they're looking to do is rehab the warehouse and bring in some high quality small business operators with local roots to make contributions to the neighborhood with investment, improvement of the property, and to energize the site. There's the front of it there, as you can see. There's no work to be done to the site, Madam Chair, just tenant fit out. The exterior of the buildings will all remain, for the most part, the same.
So hold on, Counselor, hold on. I see that it's a change of occupancy from storage, distribution, and public garage to repair garage.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that still hold true for 22 to 28?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, so the change is, I know when you look at that use, it's not the full story. The repair garage is for a luxury custom car tinting and detail site, and the other one is for a custom high-end motorcycle build. So it's not a standard vehicular repair garage, so to speak, but under zoning, it falls under those uses.
Okay, and then on Partridge Place, is that proposed health club in there too?
Yes, ma'am. Again, I think that's a little bit of a misnomer. It is a fitness use. It's called One More Rep Fitness, and that's a high-end. The proposed tenant there is a high-end physical personal training facility. It's not like a vanilla box, big fitness gym. It's more one-on-one personal training. So again, although it's a health club use under the zoning code, it's as a use category, it's really more of a personal training facility with less than 50 occupants. So it's a small-scale gym.
And where is parking going to be accommodated for these uses?
Yes, ma'am. So parking, there is parking on Partridge Place. Part of Partridge Place is actually on the property, as you can see here. That comes off of Dudley. So there is parking along Partridge Place. There's also parking on both sides of Blue Hill Avenue. But the location itself, it is highly accessible via buses and commuter rail, and the Silver Line is about a half mile away. So parking would be primarily utilized by employees. There's not a lot of employees at these uses. And then if there was any additional parking needed, the idea would be there would be parking, ample parking along Blue Hill Ave. But these are all, Madam Chair, to your point, these are all low traffic uses. None of these are high traffic, uses. It's a lot of one in, one out, and by appointment only.
Okay, and tell us how the repair garage, which we understand is auto detailing, how is that going to function? So I see Blue Hill Ave.
Correct.
Will that, all the work will be in the building, or, because I can't tell, is that part of the, that must be part of the sidewalk?
Marco, are you on? I don't know if you can unmute yourself. Mr. Bertrand is the landlord and the developer here, or the property owner. My understanding is all of it will be inside. Marco, you want to expound on that?
Certainly. We've been working with the community a lot on these issues, and all of the work will be inside. There's existing bay doors, so the doors will, the cars will come in through the existing bay door that is on Blue Hill Avenue, and all of the work will be inside. The facade will be refreshed, so they'll see retail storefront there for the garage. But all the car work will be inside the garage bay.
How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
There's really not that much work to be done. It's mostly fire safety and some kind of cosmetic stuff. So the plans are okay.
Okay. Is anybody here, any questions from the board? Anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Carpenter with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. And a butters meeting was held on October 27th, 2020. The project was also vetted by the Place Street Neighborhood Initiative. Our office received no objection to the project and would like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Directors. My name is Genevieve Ganami, and I'm here representing President Janey's office. I'd also like to go on record that she's in support of the 2228 Blue Hill Ave project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one raised hand.
Okay.
All right. Caller 401-603, you've been unmuted. Do you have a question?
Hello? Hi,
Your name and address on the record, please.
My name is Jose Flores. I'm calling in regards to 139 Fulton Street and Roxbury.
Oh, it's not,
Ward 11.
that case isn't going on. We'll mute you. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like we probably need a review of signage. I can't recall, because that intersection is quite crazy, whether there are grates in front of the buildings. Any information on that?
Marco?
Yeah, we're making no changes to the external facade other than replacing broken glass and some broken doors, but there will be no changes. The paint will also be refreshed.
But there's no grates.
I'm sorry, there's no grates. I apologize. No grates. Nope.
Okay, so may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPD design review for signage.
Second time.
A second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, in the chat, Joe Federico he was saying he was having connectivity issues, but was looking to defer and William Street.
Okay.
To go about that.
Give him a couple minutes to see if he can solve that, and we'll go ahead because we do have a couple of agenda items before him.
Calling the next case. Calling the next case, calling BOA 1130252 98 Forbes Street. This is to construct a new mudroom addition, single-story wood frame construction to an existing family dwelling. The violation is Article 65, Section 9. The floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Carol Marsh. I'm the architect for the project. My address is 29 Lincoln Street, Hyde Park. And the building owner is also here today. He's not probably going to have to speak, but that's Greg Allo. So that was a view of the front of the building. This is the plan. This is a very small addition to create a mudroom entry for the house. So on the left is the existing side of the house that has a small existing addition for the existing bathroom. And we'd like to attach an extension to that coming up to almost up to the front of the house for a mudroom, as you see on the right.
And
It's
how many
about
square feet?
112 square feet.
112 square feet. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
They're de minimis, they're fine.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Lindsay Santana from the Office of Neighborhood Services. An abutters meeting was held on November 14, 2019 for this proposal. The applicant worked with abutters to address some of the concerns. They have received the support of the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council. The mayor's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Justin McClary from City Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. The council would also like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Wants to speak from Arwin Tommen. Arwin, you've been unmuted.
Excuse me, sorry. Karen Foley, Boston City Council, Anissa Wasabi George's office. I'd like to go in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Arwen Doman, and I'm here to express my objection to the variance sought by the owners of 98 Forbes Street. I can see that you guys have a busy session, so I'll try to make myself brief here. We're longtime residents of JP. We've lived at our house since 2008. Our house is oddly positioned because it's one of the oldest in the neighborhood. It sits nearly a full story below and only 4 feet from the applicant's house. The fact that our houses are so close together and at different elevations creates many undesirable conditions at our house with respect to privacy, light, air, view, and noise. We're very worried that the applicant's proposed plans will make these problems worse. The applicant has a non-conforming undersized lot that's already overbuilt. It offers nearly 2,000 square feet of living space, 3 floors, a covered porch, and a garage. Again, these structures are just feet off the rear property line at their closest point and just over 4 feet from our house, which lacks rear setbacks. You know, the zoning code requires rear setbacks for a reason, as they afford important breathing space between homes. The proposed side-facing egress and porch would have a view directly into our bedroom. It would sit, just 12 feet off the property line or thereabouts. Someone standing on the porch would have a direct line of sight to our bed, raising significant privacy concerns. We no longer feel comfortable opening our blinds and windows for light and air, purposes the zoning code's intended to protect. And because of the extreme congestion.
Okay. So the building next to 98 Forbes, is that a 2-family?
Next on Forbes Street, I'm on Wyman Street, to be clear, so I'm right behind the house.
You're up the rear, but this is a side addition.
Right, so the side addition is going to have a porch like right in front of my bedroom windows. So when they stand on their porch, they're going to look right into my bed.
Would it be possible for us to take a look at the site plan?
So it looks like the addition is, Charles Marsh, can you just talk us through this? Because I need Colette, can you kind of zoom in so we can, it looks to me like, let's just see, okay? So that's Forbes Street. Where is Wyman?
Wyman is directly behind, so the line.
So I'm looking at this, and it looks like the proposed 1-story addition is just essentially squaring off the building.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the bathroom that's currently there stays where it is, and this proposed one-story mudroom addition is squaring off the building. Okay, thank you. Anybody else to speak on this project? In support or in
Madam
opposition?
Chair, I have one letter of support.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other raised hands?
No, ma'am. Nothing.
Okay,
I see a hand raised by James Green. Hi, James, you've been unmuted. Are you looking to speak on this proposal? Hi, James Green. You've been unmuted. Don't hear anything. Sorry.
Any of those callers, all of them have raised hands.
There are two who are calling for different projects that I'm aware of. Just see.
Okay, so given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve VPDA design review.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Any design review on a mudroom, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, I mean, it is the exterior, so.
Okay.
There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling your next case, calling BOA 109-4620, 139 Thornton Street. This is to add living space to the first floor by extending space into the basement area and adding 2 bedrooms, a family room. The violation is Article 50, Section 29. The floor area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Jose, you've been unmuted.
Hello. Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Jose Flores. I'm calling for 139 Thornton Street, Ward 11.
Tell us what you're proposing, please.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Tell us what you're proposing, please.
Our proposed work is to add living space in the basement and connect to the first floor.
Okay, so how many units are in this building?
I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo. It's a 3-family building, is that what you're asking me?
Okay, it's a 3-family building. And looks like you've already started the basement?
I'm so sorry, ma'am. I get an echo.
Costa, can you mute?
Back there. Who needs to unmute? We're getting really bad echo, but I'm not sure where it's coming.
Jessica, I think it might be the applicant. You might have 2 things open.
You might, okay, yeah. Jose, do you have 2 things open right now?
I was.
You want a computer and phone?
I was trying to get on the WebEx, but I closed that off. It's just the phone line. But I clearly hear you guys when you mute me, that when you unmute me and we both talking together, it's an echo.
You have to log off of the website if you're calling from by phone.
I'm calling, yeah, I called because I couldn't get on the website because I'm nowhere near a computer.
Okay, so you're just on one line right now?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I don't know where the feed.
Can you mute Karen, please? Karen Foley?
Yep.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
Okay, Jose, try speaking.
So Jose, we have your name and address. Tell us what you're proposing to do.
All right, so I'm calling for 139 Ward, 139 Thornton Street, Ward 11. Proposed work is to add living space in the basement to the first floor.
Okay, and what's the floor to ceiling height in the basement?
It's 7 feet, if not more, to be honest with you.
Pardon, it's 7 feet? And tell us about the distance from the floor to the sill of the windows? Of the lowest window?
I want to say about, to be honest with you, I want to say like about, you said from the sill to the floor, right?
From, like, if I needed to climb out the window.
Well, the thing is, there's proposed window wells to be done, and windows will be actually extended. But right now we have like about 3 feet.
Okay. And then, are the utility rooms separate?
Yes, ma'am, they will be separate.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
Please stay on hold. I have a question for Mr. Ehrlich.
The drawing showed that it's 7'6" in the basement, which is what's required by code. If it's 7 feet, as the applicant said, that would be a problem. So I'm going by the drawings, assuming they are correct. To the applicant, much of the basement is above grade, so it's not one of these typical, but they're very small little eyebrow windows. Are you putting in new windows or just window wells?
We're going to put in new windows. We're going to accommodate them to be fire access ready. You know, in case of any emergencies, we're going to accommodate them that you will have new windows and you would have window wells, so you'll be able to have access out in case of any emergency. Okay, yeah. I mean, the drawings show bigger windows, and the side elevations show bigger windows than what the existing conditions show. So, you know, not wonderful, but it's much better than many of the proposals that have come before us, and it meets code. So I guess they're okay.
So what's happening in the side yard? Is the side yard your property or somebody else's property?
The side yard is the homeowner's property, and it has plenty of parking. If that's what you're looking at.
But it's a separate lot?
Yes.
Okay. So the plans are adequate, Mr. Ehrlich?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know what? I was a little confused on location. Now I know where I am, okay. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. And a butters meeting was held on October 8th, 2020. The project was also vetted by the Highland Park Neighborhood Coalition. The proposal received positive feedback from neighbors who appreciate the fact that it will not change the footprint of the home. I'd like to record in support of this project. Thank you.
Karen, you all set? Madam Chair, there are 2 other raised hands, but it appears they're for other projects.
Is there anybody, I don't remember, is Genevieve from Counselor Janey's office?
She's still on the line.
I'm here.
Are you going to offer an opinion on this project?
No, not at this moment.
Okay, so you're going to pass. Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to allay whatever concerns you have, the image that we're looking at, if you scroll down a little bit, it shows sections. Yeah, okay, you can see, and it's 7'6" floor to ceiling, and it's 44 inches to the bottom of the window, so it's okay. So I'm going to make a motion for approval.
Do you want TA to have a look at those windows?
I mean, they're pretty straightforward. This is all interior work.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Ms. Ambassador, has Mr. Federico got online?
Let me check. He's still here. Hold on, let me unmute you. Mr. Federico?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you deferring?
I am deferring.
Okay. I'm going to call into the record, then I'll ask for your identity. For the next two cases, calling BOA 1131644 97 William Street, companion case BOA 1116715 99 William Street. Name and address for the record, please.
For the record, this is Joe Federico, address 70 Porter Street, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And you're requesting a deferral on this?
Yes, I am, ma'am. I am requesting a deferral.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, we have a date of March 30th at 12:30. Madam Chair, we need to find out who the echo's coming from, because it's going to be crazy person.
It's very disturbing.
Looking down and I just see the board members who are muted. I'm not sure what's going on.
Costa, can you mute for a minute, please?
I was muted.
Okay, you were. Okay. So I can all board, go ahead, Jessica. What are your thoughts?
No, I don't hear an echo now that we're speaking.
I don't
but
either.
I don't know if that's going to just.
All right, I'm going to go to the next case. Calling BOA 1129263, 116 Alexander Street. This is to erect a new 3-story, 2-family dwelling, proposed 2 off-street parking. The violations, Article 10, Section 1, off-street parking shall not be located on the side lot line less than 5 feet. Article 50, Section 29, the lot area is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, lot width is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 29, usable open space is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, front yards insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, side yards insufficient. And Article 50, Section 29, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address of 51 Dobson Road in Braintree, Massachusetts. Also, I think Eric Zackerson is the architect for Mr. Jones. So if you could be muted, Madam. We're here today seeking relief to erect a 2-family dwelling, 2 parking spaces on a vacant lot. The zoning sub-district is 3,4,000, and our lot size is 2,040 square feet. Madam Chair, do you want Eric to go through the site plan and the floor plans?
So this is a 2-family dwelling. Was this project before, this address before this board in the past, Derek?
Not that I'm aware of, Madam Chair.
Okay, and so this is a vacant lot then?
That is correct.
Okay. So either one of you can go through this. I think the lot frontage, the lot width, that all makes sense. Can you describe to us what this building might look like? Colette, can you just move so that we can see the street view? And is there any basement living?
There's no basement on the building.
Okay. And so does it imitate the building form of the buildings around it?
To the right of the property is a large swath of MBTA property. And to the left of the property, there's a single 2.5-story building and then a couple of empty lots.
Okay. Okay, I can see now. How will the parking work?
There are 2 parking spaces at the rear of the property, and a portion of the building hangs out over part of the part of that.
Okay. How are the plants, Mr. Ehrlich?
Sorry, I forgot I had muted myself. The plans are adequate.
Okay, any questions from the board?
Or not on the network, or
No? Okay. Is anybody here to speak in support or in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. An abutters meeting was held on October 29th, 2020, and the project was also vetted by the Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative. Residents who joined the meeting had no objection to the project, and we'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if no one else is going to speak, there are no other raised hands for this proposal.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attention.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 107-0492, 17 to 19 Placeland Road. This is a change of occupancy from a two-family dwelling to a three-family dwelling. The violation, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking and loading. Article 65, Section 8, the use and regulations for three-family use was forbidden. Article 65, Section 8.2, regulations on basement units. Article 65, Section 9, the polluted drainage was excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, 28 State Street in Boston. With me today is Tom McGlosky, who's the property owner and also the architect on the project. You can see the existing house here now, 17-19 Place. Said it's a large lot of about 6,700 square feet. It's in Columbia Savin Hill neighborhood of Dorchester, just off of Savin Hill Ave. What you see before you now is the exterior. It is an existing two-family building. You can see the two doors there at the front, and each of these two-family unit has 4 bedrooms. So each of these is a very large 4-bedroom unit for 8 total bedrooms. And what we're proposing is to just reconfigure the interior existing space of this 2-family to turn it into a 3-family and add 1 bedroom. So instead of 2 4-bedroom units, we'd be proposing a 3-bedroom unit, a 2-bedroom unit, and then one of the 4-bedroom units on the top floor would remain as a 4-bedroom. There is no expansion to the existing building envelope. Minimal exterior changes, as you'll see in the plans, just to add a door to the left of these 2 doors to the new unit, and some changes on the left-hand side for an additional door as well to the unit.
So tell us about the basement. Tell us about the floor-to-ceiling height in the basement, and give us the information.
Absolutely, and if Colette or whoever could go down to slide 9 on our presentation, we have a section in anticipation of this question. Here's one, and then if you go to the next slide, you'll see an actual section. The floor-to-ceiling height, the next slide, Colette, if you could, I believe. 9. The floor, here you go, right here, perfect. The floor-to-ceiling height is 7 feet 6 inches. The windows are approximately 3 feet 6 inches from the ground, so they are lower. This would be a full window, and you can see on the right-hand side, Madam Chair, knowing Mr. Ehrlich would have questions about this, we did provide some mock-ups of kind of like dugout further window wells as well. There are windows, existing on the left-hand side of the building where some of the basement living space would be located. And actually, there's a grade change from the front of the site to the rear of the site, and from the left of the site to the right of the site, which actually will allow for doorway entry into the lower level directly, as well as substantial light, air, accessibility, the issues that we know are prevalent with this type of expansion into the basement.
And the utilities?
The utilities would remain where they are, I believe. They would be separate. They would be separately blocked off from this living space in the basement. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that this is a duplex. So the entire unit's not in the basement. There is living space on the first floor. That would be part of this unit as well.
So then at what point are we going to see proposed expansion to the basement on the other side?
I don't believe there's any room for that based on utilities and the way that that it's laid out. You can see here, we'd be utilizing most of it already.
Okay.
So there wouldn't be any proposed expansion to the other side there's no place for it.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Madam Chair, we are finally getting our applicants, we're training our applicants. These drawings answer all of the questions that we normally have. The drawings are adequate.
We'd also like to train our attorneys, please, Nick, to talk to applicants if we're not thrilled about this continued expansions into the basements, okay?
Understood,
There are
Madam Chair.
exceptions where it works, but it's just
Understood,
not.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
We're having those discussions. We've heard you loud and clear. As you can see from these plans, we anticipated the questions and tried to provide adequate plans to show you what we were trying to do. But we understand. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Ed, a rep from Councilor Frank Baker's office, but maybe speaking in that position.
Go ahead, Joe.
Madam Chair, may I speak to some of the support that may not be coming
No,
forward?
I still want to hear from everybody else. We'll get back to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I know that you're looking for support at the moment. We're in opposition, so would you like me to wait?
Go ahead. Tell us what the opposition is based on.
So there is some support for this project, Madam Chair, but the history of the applicant and with the neighbors, they just feel like he wasn't a good neighbor to the abutters, and therefore we are in opposition to the project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Pat Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to also go on record in opposition to this proposal. There was an abutters meeting held on site, and the applicant did meet multiple times with neighbors in the Civic Association, and he received support from them. To the councilor's point, there are some ongoing concerns with the bedroom count and operational concerns of the tenants. However, he did receive support from other folks in the neighborhood.
Connection issue.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Chair, we have one letter of support and one letter of opposition. The opposition is basically what Mr. McEachran just said.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have two raised hands.
Okay, let's hear from them.
Charles?
Yes, I am Charles Monroe. My wife Katrina Martin is here with me. We're direct abutters at 15 Plaisted Road. And we gathered 14 signatures on a petition opposing this proposal from 7 households directly on Plaisted Road.
So, Charles, can you tell us briefly what the opposition is based on?
Yes, I can read you the petition.
Don't read it to us, just summarize it.
The opposition is based on 2 factors, on density and operations. The density is that there are in this 2-family home, there are currently 8-bedroom home. There are currently 9 young adults. There were incessant parties throughout the warm months, Friday nights, Saturday nights, sometimes both. There's open drinking, lots of reefer smoking, tiki torches on the back porch. Our tenants downstairs complained about the fact that their house reeked of marijuana smoke. There were football games that went off the front deck onto the road. It was basically a dormitory party house, and quite not in keeping with our fine residential neighborhood.
Thank you. And is there a second? So first is density, and second is operations. Anything else? Okay, may I hear
Yes,
from the next?
there was 7.
Okay, yep, the next caller, 7640. Hi.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan for City Council at large, Michael Flaherty, the council to go on record in opposition.
Thank you. Okay, given that, and Counselor, you said you had some some letters in support.
Yes, ma'am. If I may, just very quickly, I know you have a long agenda. We did get votes of support from the Columbia Savin Hill Civic Association. Both their planning committee and their general membership voted in support of this project. We also do have a direct abutter on the other side of the property. Mr. Monroe lives on the right side of the property. We have the abutter in support on the left side of the property. We also have about 20 letters of support from some other folks. Can I just respond to the density question very briefly, just because it's germane to your vote? The density issue, we're not expanding the building and we're adding one bedroom. The density as a 3-family, although it's a 2F zone, it does back up to a 3-family zone, and there are at least three families on Plaisted, including 9, 12, and 28, as well as some 3 families on Denny and on Savin Hill Ave. So the density issue to me is we're not expanding the building envelope, we're adding 1 bedroom. That would be our.
So the place I'm coming from, Nick, is that this is a beautiful house. It has potential, but if present performances will likely be an indicator of future performance, and if tenants are rowdy and not respectful of the neighborhood, then we do have an issue here. So given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion for denial. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the plans and the proposal or the issue of density, but I can't see rewarding a landlord for bad behavior. So I'm gonna make a motion for denial.
I'll second.
Is there a second?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair, is that a denial without prejudice? Just so I want to be clear on the record, or was it a straight denial, Madam Chair? I didn't hear.
My motion was for a straight denial.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to go back to Alexander Street, 116. I had 2 letters of support
Okay.
on that project, so I just want to make sure I get a clarification.
Okay, got it.
And then calling the next case, calling BOA 105-3701, 1463 to 1467 Dorchester Avenue. This is to build a new 5-story building with ground floor retail and office space, ground floor apartment and 28 apartments on floors 2 to 5, no parking. Violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street loading is insufficient. Article 65, Section 42.3, traffic visibility across the corner. Article 65, Section 15, the residential unit on the first floor is a forbidden use. Article 65, Section 16, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 16, the height requirement is excessive. Article 65, Section 16, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking requirement is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Jacob Taylor. I'm with Klein Hornig LLP, 101 Arch Street in Boston, and I'm joined by Travis Lee and Hannah Bullock, or John Bullock from Place Taylor Architects.
So tell us what's being proposed.
So we are proposing a 5-story, actually 29-unit workforce housing development with 1,300 square feet of retail space on the ground floor. And this is a site, it's a small lot located in Fields Corner, directly adjacent to the Fields Corner T station. And the program here has been developed in accordance with the city's Compact Living Pilot Program. And the guidelines associated with that program. And the project is proposed to contain 21 studio units, 8 one-bedrooms, and as indicated, we're not proposing any off-street parking. Small site, ideal for transit-oriented development. And we're also proposing secure bike storage and possibly a blue bike station.
So how large are the studios? What's the average size for the studios?
Good evening, Madam Chair. This is Travis Lee. I'm the developer of the project. The studios are about 400 square feet, and the 1-bedrooms are up to 450 square feet. This project does fall within the City of Boston's Compact Living Program that has built a policy around smaller units. And if it's okay with you, I'd love to give a very short presentation.
Yes, keep it brief. Just give us, as you've been here before, tell us what you're proposing to do.
So did you type?
Yes, ma'am. If the person slides to go back to the second page very briefly, that would be fantastic. As Jacob Taylor just said, the project does include 21 studio units at approximately 400 square feet each, 8 one-bedroom units, approximately 450 square feet each. 4 of the 29 apartments will be IDP units required by the city of Boston and restricted at 70% of the area's median income to those households. The other 25 units, yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sorry.
The other 25 units will be restricted to households earning at or below 90% of Boston's area median income to align with the financing that the project is using at Mass Housing. The project, as mentioned, is directly abutting the Fields Corner train station, has on-site bike storage, and is working on a partnership with the Blue Bike program to provide shared bikes to the community on-site. The amenities include some outdoor community space, indoor community space, laundry on each floor, and an elevator in the building. The ground floor, to be contextual, has 1,300 square of retail space that fronts Dorchester Avenue. This building is being
Hold on, Travis.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that outside space? Can we have a look at what that looks like?
Yes, ma'am. If we can go to the next slide. One more slide, please.
When you click on
slide, please.
select users, then you click on add,
One more slide, please.
and you can start typing in that.
And I think it's the next slide.
Where it says enter the option names to select.
So this is the ground floor of the building. You can see the yellow is indoor shared space for the tenants of the building, and the gray space to the left is outdoor patio space that would be accessible to the tenants of the building. The far right retail space fronts Dorchester Avenue and would be occupied by a neighborhood business. The slides before this page show the contextuality of the proposed project in the neighborhood. As you can tell, directly across the street, if you were to scroll up one slide, please. 2 slides, please. Right here, these buildings are directly across the street. We have 100-year-old 4-story buildings that are 45 feet tall. We have newer 4-story buildings that are directly across the street. This building is contextual in massing, we believe. It's contextual in size, and it is offering very much needed moderate income housing to the community of Boston and Dorchester. We have had 3 meetings with Civic Association in Fields Corner and have received a letter of support from them for the project.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, these are small units. These are consistent with the city's compact living guidelines as was suggested. The amount of common space is relatively limited, and I would, and my understanding, 4 of 29 units, Mr. Lee, are affordable. Is that correct?
So
At 70% and the rest at 90%.
Right, but
that's right.
The 4, I mean, that's the absolute minimum to comply with the city's guidelines, right?
Yes, sir. However, for the next 15 years, all of the units will be restricted to a particular income level. And as incomes in Boston increase, the rents of the project cannot and will not increase in association with market rents. So while 90% of Boston's area median income now is $1,900 for, say, a 1-bedroom unit, that rent rate will remain flat as incomes rise. So it will become more affordable as time goes on.
So is the goal then to help with wealth creation?
Well, there is a community investment program that we are not allowed to speak about publicly because of SEC guidelines, where we will be inviting community members to own a piece of the project, but I'm not allowed by law to talk about that publicly.
There's a elevator in this building, right?
Yes, sir.
So the head house on the elevations, I assume, is the elevator head house, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, the plans are adequate.
Okay, so I'm sorry. You said you were not allowed to discuss some SEC plans, but there is a strategy to help with wealth creation.
We've been working with the community for 6 months on a plan that I would be happy to talk with you about offline that does provide economic development and wealth creation opportunities, particularly for people living in 02122, 02124. It's not something that the SEC allows public advertising of in advance.
Okay. Let me see what else I need to ask you. Jeff, one question for you. I know that these micro units were supposed to be a 2-year pilot. Have they been now memorialized?
Well, no, actually, Madam Chair, I had emailed Kevin earlier. Our board at our last meeting has extended the pilot program for 2 years, and we're trying to set up actually a meeting and a presentation with the board, the BTD, BRA, and D&D to update the board members on the extension and just give you a refresher of it.
And Madam
Okay,
Chair,
thank you. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the board?
Yeah.
Hold on, Travis.
Yeah, I got.
Go ahead. Who's that?
It's Joe. So the one bedrooms are.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
How many square feet are the one bedrooms?
The studios are approximately 400 square feet, and the one bedrooms range, but they're around 450 square feet.
Okay, and those would be $1,900 a month at 90% AMI.
So the rent range is $1,000 a month to about $1,850 or $1,900 a month, and it depends which unit, but the range is from $1,000 to $1,900.
Okay, and there's no parking proposed, okay? Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is George Huynh with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. A thorough community process was conducted by Mr. Lee alongside the BPDA from February through October 2020. The applicant took into account neighborhood context, including the surrounding architecture and their design. The project is located next to Fields Corner T and would greatly benefit singles, couples, and small families who do rely on public transit. In addition, they'll provide a sufficient amount of affordable units and amenities, and with strong support from the Fields Corner Civic Association and the community, the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support of the proposal at this time. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have one letter of support and one letter of opposition.
I'm sure there's one hand raised.
Okay.
Madam Chair, did you hear me? I'm sorry, the Secretary here.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. We're having some audio problems there for some reason.
Yes, okay. Ms. Ambassador, is there anybody else to speak?
Yeah, I just heard Minar. Were you looking to speak? If not, I'll call the caller.
Thank you. Madam.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Some audio issues. Caller 201. Hi, can you hear us?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Mina Perez with the Carpenters Union. I want to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you.
And caller 617-201, I've unmuted you. have I just needed them. They may be having issues with the audio, so we should be all set.
Okay. So given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with BPDA design review.
I'll second. Ligris.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
Aye.
Are you opposed, Joe?
I'm opposed, Joe. Yep.
Okay, motion carries. Travis, if you could email me your contact information, that would be great.
That sounds fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 108-7157, 19 to 33 Ashland Street. This is a erecting 8-unit dwelling. The violation of Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking and loading. Article 65, Section 8, the use is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 65, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 65, Section 9, insufficient front yard setback, modal setback, and street wall continuity. And Article 65, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, 75 Arlington Street in Boston, attorney for the applicant, owner of the property, Raymond Bogos. Also with us on the meeting is Alida Alba from the architectural firm who prepared the plans. This is a proposal to raise the existing structure on a 15,500 square foot lot and to construct 8 new townhouse-style, family-style units. Each of the units will be 3 bedrooms and have an enclosed parking garage contained at the ground floor of each unit. The unit sizes are approximately 1,667 square feet, and the gross living area of the entire structure is 13,336 square feet on the lot size of 15,457, which gives us an FAR of 0.8. There are 10 parking spaces provided, which satisfies the parking requirement of 1.25 per dwelling unit. We've conducted a fairly extensive review process, especially with our direct and immediate abutters. Behind the property on Elm Street, there are 3 new proposals and projects that are under construction that have been approved by this board of 9 units at 1 and 3 Elm and 5 units on 79 Elm. And significantly, we believe that the townhouse style proposal is responsive to the desire to have larger family style units. There's a good amount of open space on the property proposal. The buildings will cover 35% of the lot area, leaving rooms for patio, the driveway area, and other open space.
There are no roof decks proposed. Can you show us how the parking, tell us which sheet we should go to see the parking plan?
Let's see, there it is.
I mean, I don't understand it. I mean, is it in the rear of the building? Where is it?
If Alida could chime in, the architect, and explain the parking. Many of the parking garages front on Ashland Street, and then there's a driveway shown in the site plan along the side of the building that pulls around to the back of the building, and some of the units have parking at the rear. So a couple of garage doors on the front, which were designed to take into account the context of the neighborhood, sort of barn-style garage doors. Here's the site plan. So a couple of the parking entrances are in the front on Ashland.
So does it looks to me like there are 4 garage doors on Ashland? Is that true?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there's on the front, there's a lot of garage doors. There's 2 double garage doors in the front. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 double garage doors on the left side, and 1 a double garage door in the rear. A lot of garage doors.
There are two in the front on Ashland, and 2 on the side, and the balance are in the back. I just looked at the site plan.
Yeah, well, look at the elevations.
Yep. Can we go to that slide, please?
Okay, so there's 2 double doors there. Keep going.
Those are single. Those are two separate doors, one for each unit there, and that's a single.
Okay, fine. Okay, so there's 2 there. Okay, so 2 single. Go to the next one.
And while we're here, what's the width of that driveway?
Up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And those are on the left side.
Yeah, and then there's another on the rear.
And who's the left abutter?
The left abutter. The left abutter is 29 Mill Street, and we have letters of support from the 4 residents who are owners of a 2-family at 29 Mill Street. And we've worked very closely with them because they have a really large portion of their lot behind 19 Ashland, and we're in discussions with them to grant them an easement along the driveway on the side of 19 Ashland to better facilitate access to their rear yard, which is used for recreational purposes. And then way in the back, behind 19 Ashland and 29 Mill, is MBTA red line tracks. So red line way in the back.
Please ask everybody to be muted, but for Mr. Lacasse, we're having a hard time hearing. Thank you. Go ahead.
I was just explaining the rear yard condition. So along the side of 19 Ashland, where these garage doors are, and in the back, there's a large rear lot area for 29 Mill Street that they use for recreational purposes. And we've got letters of support from them and are in discussions with them about granting an easement across our new driveway to give them better access to their rear yard, which they use for recreational purposes. And then way at the back, behind the 2 lots, is the MBTA red line tracks. And behind that are the 2 properties on 1 and 3 Elm Street, which are currently under construction, 5 and 4 units. And we have letters of support from that property owner as well. In addition, we have...
So stop right there. No roof decks. Did you look at any other options on this garage scene so that it's not so over-represented on one side of the building?
Well, these garages that you're seeing on this elevation are not really in view, and the desire was to get the cars, inside and tucked away out of view rather than have a large surface parking area.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. As the applicant noted, this has gone through a significant community process, including multiple unofficial abutters meetings with their neighbors over the course of 2020 and I believe late 2019, as well as an official community process through the mayor's office. They've also reached out to the Clam Point Civic Association and been in talks with them. They've worked extensively with neighbors on the parking situation, accommodating green space on site, and the design concerns, and have come to support all of the direct abutters except one supports this proposal. I would like to note that there is one abutter who opposes this, but generally speaking, they've worked well with their neighbors, and this is a good proposal. We'd like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, if I could I just, could I ask the applicant, is this project going before landmarks?
Mr. Ehrlich, yes. There are 2 component parts to that. One is that under Article 65, Section 32, this property is in a neighborhood design overlay district, which requires BPDA design review, similar to the design component of Article 80 small project review. So if this board were to approve it and make a proviso for design review, it would be under the rubric of the neighborhood design overlay district. Point 1. Point 2, because we're raising the existing structure, we have an Article 85 demolition delay application pending with the Boston Landmarks Commission since September of 2020. And the architects have been working closely with Landmarks Commission staff on alternatives to demolition. And we have not yet had that hearing, but we expect that hearing to occur sometime in the near future.
So is this the cart before the horse?
No, we actually are required to have zoning relief before we have consideration by Landmarks.
Madam Chair, if I could, Ed DeVoe, to ask the applicant, what is the current use of the building?
It's currently a multi-unit residential building.
Okay, so let's hold on for a minute. Okay, was there any other testimony that we needed to hear, either in support or in opposition?
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 3 letters of opposition.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we have no raised hands at the moment.
And Mr. Fortune, we emailed a package to Stephanie Haynes with 11 letters of support and a map depicting where the letters came from, the direct abutters. I hope
So, hold on, so, have we heard from the district city councilor? I know we heard from, did we hear from the district city councilor on this?
I believe
From the mayor's office.
Madam Chair, I believe the district councilor's office is remaining neutral in this case.
Madam Chair, can I ask one more question on this landmarks issue? Is Mr. Lacasse, is it, so one of the options that they might consider is that you would have to leave the building as is and consider it architectural landmark, correct? In which case, all of this would be beside the point.
No, the pending Article 85 application is demolition delay, which does require an owner of property to engage in exploration of alternatives to demolition. However, at the conclusion of the 90-day delay period, the applicant is then free to proceed with demolition of the structure.
And when was the 90 days?
90 days?
The 90-day clock has not commenced because we have not yet had our hearing. The Landmarks Commission will require that the Office of Neighborhood Services sponsor a separate meeting on that issue, and then following the hearing at Boston Landmarks Commission, the 90-day demolition delay period would then commence.
I'm wondering if we should just defer this case.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if there is architectural integrity in the current building, and then we see something like this, so let's defer this case, please.
I agree. I'll make a motion for deferral.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Ed DeVoe.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
We have a date of March 30th at 12:30.
On that point, Madam Chair, if the deferral is based upon the pendency of the Landmarks Commission, shall I report back to Mr. Fortune when we've completed that process and then schedule a date?
So you don't, so,
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Hi, this is Jeff Hampton from the BRA.
Yes.
I know that this property is up before the Landmarks Commission tonight for a public hearing to possibly move further in establishing as an architectural conservation district. So this is completely separate from the Article 85 or 86, I'm sorry.
85.
It might be worth to put it off or at least find out what the Landmarks Commission does tonight.
So can we move this perhaps, Mr. Fortune, to May?
We can do whatever you'd like. That's the dates that we have right now.
Give us a date in May sometime?
May 4th or May 18th.
We can do May 4th at 12:30.
Okay, see you then.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-0340, 86 Bloomfield Street. This is to confirm occupancy as a one-family dwelling and change occupancy to become a three-family dwelling. The violation is Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, use of the three-family dwelling is forbidden. And Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Andrew Litchfield. Address is 22 Alpha Road in Dorchester, Mass.
Tell us what's being proposed, please.
So we are currently proposing keeping the existing building as currently a single family and converting it to a 3-family and adding dormers on the 3rd floor to create additional living space and additional living space in the basement. The first unit will be a bi-level unit, 1st floor and basement. 2nd floor will be a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, and 3rd floor will be another 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom. We'll have 3 off-street parking spots. The existing facade will be restoring, and it'll be a full renovation on the inside.
Okay. It's a fairly nice building. So this is, and tell us the unit sizes of each floor.
Yes. So if you go to the next slide, this is the current layout. When we purchased it about a year and a half ago, it was used as a boarding house. Although it was zoned as a single family, the unit sizes will be 1,500 square feet for unit 1, which is that bi-level unit. Unit 2 will be around 880 square feet, and unit 3 will be about 810 square feet.
Okay, and then tell us how parking is supposed to work.
So if you go, I think further up where the site plan is, there will be, there's a current driveway, and there will be 1 spot right in the front, and then 2 spots on the left-hand side of the building with some green space.
I'm sorry, so if I'm looking at the building, 1 spot on the right and 2 on the left?
Yeah, so 1 spot all the way to the back right. So all parking will be in the rear of the property.
Okay, and then going back to the basement, what's the floor to ceiling height there?
I believe it's 7.6. It was currently finished.
And are the utility rooms proposed to be separate?
Yes. So the utilities will be in each unit. We will be adding window wells. There will be 2 bedrooms in this unit, in the basement. And as well, there's a full walkout. It's not a bulkhead. It has a full-size door going out the back. That's the living space in the back of the basement.
And it looks like the dormers that you're proposing must be full dormers?
Yes, they're full dormers on both sides.
So in essence, another floor?
Well, currently, there is a whole 3rd floor.
Okay.
But we will be adding square footage. Square footage will be added up there.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Well, same problem. If you look at A32, which is slide number 10, the last one, the proposed section, it shows that the floor of the basement is 6 feet below grade. So you're going to have eyebrow windows, maybe you'll have window wells, but it's once again an attempt to really have underground living space.
Okay. And how do the dormers look?
It's a little hard to tell from an elevation as opposed to a rendering. It looks like a nice facade, and they look a little awkward, to be honest with you. But that's hard to say.
And let's look.
They don't seem like they flow with the lines of the house.
Okay, and let's look at the parking. What page is the parking on?
It's on page 2 or 3.
Okay, so rear yard parking. Okay, any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Greetings, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Chantal Lima Barboza with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. An abutters meeting was held for this proposal on August 17 of 2020, and the applicant received support from the direct abutters. That being said, the Mayor's Office would like to go on record and support the proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have 7 letters of support. We have 2 letters of opposition. The opposition is changing from a 1-family to a 3-family.
Madam Ambassador, any raised hands?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam
So-
Chair, members of the board, this is Dustin Gardner on behalf of City Councilor Andrea Campbell's office. We like to go on record in opposition, primarily to stand with the Bloomfield Park Neighborhood Association, who really was hoping to see some affordability in these units, which I know are going to be at market rate, and they were requesting some affordability just in request for the variances approval. So we'd like to go on record in opposition.
Okay, thank you, Dustin. Okay, so
Madam Chair, if I may, the letters of support that we received are direct abutters across the street, right next door.
no, hold on. Thank you. Thank you. Can I have everybody muted, please? So, you know, we've seen a number of basement units being proposed today, and this one seems the most basementy of what we've seen. So, Mr. Ehrlich, since you are the keeper of the plans, it appears that it might just be us just denying that living space in the basement, ensuring that there is no proposed living space in the basement, allowing the change of occupancy from 1 to 3, and allowing the dormers. So the units will be a little bit smaller, because unit 1 was proposed, so each unit would essentially be in the 800 square foot range, which might get us to where we are, what we're thinking about, especially on this project.
Well, I'm wondering, you know, if this is going from a single to a 3, which is it's basically tripling the use. With, I'm wondering whether maybe they ought to consider doing a 2-family instead.
So we would, because I think it's possible to make, because this is a request, because the 3-family use is a forbidden use. So we can clearly deny that, and also deny the extension into the basement.
I mean, one other possibility, Madam Chair, would be simply deny the whole application without prejudice and let them redesign it in a way that is more in keeping with, I think, what we're looking for.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to deny without prejudice.
Is there a second?
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Andrew, were you the applicant? You've heard what we've said, so when you come back, we're anticipating something quite different. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Just a quick question on that. So is this, how soon are we able to come back? Is this a year process or?
Pick up the conversation with the staff so we can go on with our agenda. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, it's almost 2 o'clock, and I neglected to call the 12:30, 1 o'clock deferrals and withdrawals, and we're probably going to be here before 4:30, 5 o'clock for the rate we're going. So I'm going to call 12:30s if there's any deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30 only, and then I'll call 1 o'clock right after I hear from the 12:30s. Is there anybody deferring at 12:30 or withdrawing for 12:30? Madam Ambassador, any raised hands?
I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Okay, so I'm going to call 1 o'clock for any deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock.
Yes, 30-36 Battery March Street, please.
For the record. For the record, calling BOA 1038178, 30 to 36 Battery March. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with business address of 11 Beacon Street. We are seeking a deferral from the board. This would be our first deferral. The other one was administrative. We did get some concerns from some neighbors that had come in late, and in speaking with the mayor's office, they had asked if we could take deferral. I think we can wrap it up relatively quickly at the next deferral.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
For a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
We have a date of March 30th at 12:30.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock?
Mr. Fortune, 229-231 Bunker Hill Street, please.
Calling BOA 1048915, 229 to 231 Bunker Hill Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. I'm appearing on behalf of my colleague, Attorney Patrick Mahoney, who could not attend this meeting today to request this deferral. Madam Chair, members, this is a third deferral request. I spoke with Attorney Mahoney yesterday. He advised me that they were prepared to go forward today with revised plans. However, because the plans eliminated a dwelling unit and then eliminated ground floor parking in favor of commercial space, which the community wanted, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services asked Attorney Mahoney to do one more abutters meeting, which I'm advised is scheduled for later this month.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
We have a date of March 30th at 12:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock? Madam Ambassador, no hands raised. You can call the next case, calling BOA 1131478, 19 Torrey Street. This is a new three-story family dwelling, proposed 3 off-street parking. The violation, Article 65, Section 9, lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard's insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the side yard's insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Andrew Litchfield, 22 Alpha Road, Dorchester. I have with me my architect, Eric.
So tell us what's being proposed.
So we're proposing here a 3-story new construction building on a vacant lot. There will be 3 parking spots in the rear of the building. The units will be a 2-bedroom, a 3-bedroom, and another 3-bedroom.
What's the zoning district and what's the lot area for this address?
The zoning analysis is in a 3F5000 zone. It's currently as an OSG. The lot size is currently 3,013 square feet.
I'm sorry, what is OSG? Is part of it in an OSG?
Yes, it is.
Jeff, is that's an open space designation?
Yes, Madam Chair, it is. One of the problems when we, have these, I think it was the Torrey Street Garden when it was originally done, back in 2002, I think, when we rezoned Dorchester. When these parcels get sold off and we aren't made aware of the new owner, or the intention, now we're behind the sticks, so to speak, in terms of what the zoning is. But our policy would be to rezone it with the abutting property, which in this case would be the 3-family. But yeah, I mean, technically it's zoned open space for, a local garden.
Yeah, community garden, yeah. Okay. Okay, so with
Madam
that
Chair.
information,
If I may, on the left side of the property, the abutting lot is a property owned by the D&D. We've been talking with Donald over there, seeing how we can work with the city on creating the open space on that corner lot. When we had our butters meetings, that was kind of the consensus between the neighborhood and what they wanted to see.
okay, so just please tell us now, let me understand this. It's a 3F5000 zoning district. Tell us go through the violations and tell us what the layout is. Can we see rendering, please, Colette? Is there any basement occupancy in this building?
There is not.
Okay, so you said there are 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. What's the square footage for the 2 bedrooms?
1 second, please. The unit 1 will be a 2-bedroom, is 950 square feet, and units 2 and 3 are also 950 square feet, but those will be 3 bedrooms.
Okay. Okay. It looks like pretty standard. How are the plans, Mr. Olick?
Drawings are adequate.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Whitney Celestin with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I did hold an abutters meeting on 419 Torrey Street on October 22nd of 2020. The Community Improvement Neighborhood Association was present. We did hear concerns about density, but as you heard, this deliberation on the rezoning to 3F. We've also received 4 letters of support from neighbors, including across the street and next door. We'd like to go on the record and support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have 2 raised hands for this proposal, just in case electeds comment.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Michael Cohen, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you so much for your time today. I have come in opposition to this project due to the loss of mature trees and loss of open space. I note that this lot is zoned as open space community garden, as the board has already been made aware. It also forms a continuous open space together with the adjacent lot that's owned by the city at the corner of Withington and Torrey, together with the lot on Withington Street that I note is owned by the principals that are also seeking to develop this lot and against its current zoning and against its designation as open space. I finally note that this lot contains mature trees, and as the board is surely aware, the loss of urban canopy due to cutting down mature trees cannot be adequately replaced by new tree plantings, nor did I note the opportunity for any new tree plantings in the drawings and lot layout that were presented. So for these reasons, I speak in opposition, and I hope that the board continues to respect the lot's open space designation so that it can be enjoyed by the community. The principals were aware of this.
Thank you. Is any other raised hands?
Yep, I'm Sarah Cugini.
Hi, I'm Sarah Cugini. I am also opposed to this. The lot is zoned as open space and it contains mature trees. There's a real lack of open space in this part of Dorchester, and I don't think that we should block out the sun with a giant building on the space.
So Sarah, what's your address? We always ask for name and address for the record.
51 Withington.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dustin Gardner on behalf of City Councilor Andrea Campbell's office. We'd also like to go on record in opposition, stand with, we received signatures from abutters as well as the CIA Neighborhood Association. We would like to see it remain green space.
Thank you.
And I also have a comment from Sharon Lee. You've been unmuted.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I'm at 14 Torrey Street, which is directly across from it. I know myself and my neighbors within my building at 14 Torrey oppose it for a number of reasons already stated, including lack of or loss of green space, but we also have concerns, particularly because of the size of the development. You're maximizing on the space and not providing enough parking as is. We already have parking concerns in our neighborhood, and we recognize that the loss of green space could result in a lot of flooding in our street area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other raised hands? No. Okay, I have a question for the applicant. So did you purchase this property from D&D? We cannot hear you.
Sorry about that. No, ma'am. This was purchased from a private organization.
Which organization was that?
They are, one second, please. Boston Estuaries. Massachusetts Land Conservation Trust.
Which one?
Yeah, the Massachusetts Land Conservation Trust.
You know, you know what? I don't know how a trust can do that, a land conservation trust. But I don't know if this is the place to solve that problem.
Ma'am, it's they were known as that Boston Natural Areas Network. I don't know if that...
a Boston Natural Areas. Valerie used to head that, right? Valerie Burns. Seriously? They are just disposing of their properties? Okay. Okay. So this is
Madam
a legitimate.
Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, it's Jeff again. And as you know, without the owner's permission, we can't have a property zoned open space.
Yes.
I mean, it's essentially a taking otherwise.
Yeah, I know. Yes. You know, I think this requires a conversation with Boston Natural Areas Fund, or whatever their new name is, just to ensure that there is a strategy in place for all the parcels they own across the city that have been zoned open space, and for community gardens and other kinds of gardens. I mean, I think this should be a red flag for everybody who is on this call. But given the fact that this is a legitimate sale and everything, may I have a motion, please?
I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this whole thing.
Yeah.
I don't, me too. And all I can suggest is a motion to deny without prejudice so they can come back with more answers about this. I feel hesitant. I feel hesitant to take a open space and just automatically, turn it into occupied space without more background.
So it was open space because there was an entity who was running these gardens and these open spaces citywide. But it sounds like they have done and gone through, because I think for the sale of a nonprofit's piece of property, it needs approval from the AG's office that in fact the sale was legitimate. The question becomes, is this too dense for this property? Because I think that's the only question that we can answer today, is exactly, whether it's appropriate for this site, this dwelling.
Well, again, maybe, I don't know if this is a solution, but I was prepared to make a motion to deny without prejudice so that we can.
So let's, is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Who's opposed? Nobody's opposed. Okay, motion carries. Okay, after the next set, after Temple Place, we will take a 5-minute break.
Madam Chair, I don't know, is Temple Place moving forward? There's 5 cases and I have to read each one into the record, and I don't know if they're moving forward. There was some question they might be deferring.
Eddie, is this Eddie Roach?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Attorney Mike Ross. We are proceeding, and Eddie Roach is also on the call with us.
Okay. Very well. Just bear with me because I'm going to call each one in, even though they have the same purpose, and there are some violations that are different on each one. So, calling in for the record, BOA 107-6226, 34 Temple Street. There are 4 companion cases. BOA 107-6231, 34A Temple. BOA 107-6244, 36 to 36A Temple. Could you please mute everybody else? It's too much noise. Case BOA 107-6239, 38 to 38A Temple Street. And BOA 107-6235, 40 to 40A Temple Street. This is proposed single-family condominium home in conjunction with 34A, 36, 36A, 38, 38A, 40, and 48A Temple, 1 of 5 buildings on the same lot. The violations, Article 65, Section 42.13, 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height, number of stories is excessive. For 34A Temple, it is the same purpose and same violation, so I'm not going to read that one in. But for 40 and 48 Temple, this is a proposed 2-family. The violations, Article 65, Section 42.13, 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. Article 65, Section 42.2, conformity with an existing building alignment. Article 65, Section 8, use of a 2-family dwelling is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Same for 38A Temple. And then for 36 and 36A, the proposed 2-family is an attached townhouse. Violations, Article 65, Section 42.13, 2 or more dwellings on the same lot. Article 65, Section 42.2, the conformity of the existing building alignment. Article 65, Section 8, the two-family dwelling is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. And Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon. It's Mike Ross, attorney with Prince Bell on behalf of the applicant, along with Ed Roach, the architect. And Mr. Secretary, there was on 38 and 38A, there was a rear yard setback violation, just for the record, if I may. What we're proposing here is a 26,000, this is an oversized lot, a 26,800 square foot lot, where we're proposing after significant community engagement, 5 structures, 2 one-families, and 3. The next site plan would be great to go to, the next slide. Here we go. This would be a good way to just kind of explain it to the board. 2 single families at the front of the site, and then 3 duplexes on the interior of the site. And for a total of 8 units on the site. So what I have on the next slide is the singles and the doubles are exactly the same. So I'm going to show you, if that's okay, I'm going to show you a single. And then what the single has is 4 bedrooms.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
They're 3 stories. 2.5.
Counselor, 1 second. There's a lot of feedback. It's really hard to hear.
Yes, can everybody be muted but for Mr. Ross, please? Okay, so go ahead. The 2 one families, a 4-bedroom. How many square feet?
Okay, yep, it's a 2,100 roughly square foot total, with the bedrooms ranging from around 140 to the oversized bedroom on the top floor that you actually see on this screen, which is 538 square feet. If you scroll down, you'll get a sense of the elevations of these one families that were, you could scroll down to probably the next slide, that were designed to fit in with the architecture of the area. There is no basement living in these one families. It's just the 3 floors. There is storage, however, in the basement. So that's the 2 one families that will front the project. Density-wise, slightly over the 0.5 FAR. We're at around 0.6 FAR. If you go to the, maybe it's 0.64. If you go to the next slide, this is the 2 family, the duplexes. So it's not really a 2 family, it's a duplex with with 3 bedrooms on each side of the duplex. And again, they were designed to try to mimic the architecture of the area. There's a kind of a focus picture down below. Those are three bedrooms each. And those bedrooms range from 187 to 250 square feet. And there's an elevation on the next slide that will give you a sense of what those will look like. The parking is exterior to each of the buildings. There's 2 spaces each. We meet the other requirements of open space. These are designed for home ownership, and the idea here was to create these single and double families. We do abut a 2 family, even though we're in the 1F6000. Behind us is a 2F6000, but we are surrounded by other 2s and 3s, even in our own 1F6000 district. Maybe now is a good time for me to pause and see if there are any questions.
Colette, can you please go back and show us the plan as it lays out completely? How is the parking being accommodated?
As you can see in the rear of the first, the 2 single families, there's 2 spaces each, and then each of the properties, each of the units has parking on either side of it. And then when you get to the rear duplex, again, each of the units have it on either side of it. And that, we're obviously not counting the parking towards the open space requirement.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich? Sir, can you see if Mr. Ehrlich is still on or if he's having issues?
I'm sorry, I had muted myself and I forgot. Anyway, it's an interesting proposal. The buildings are attractive. It has almost a suburban feel to it as the development of houses all with comparable designs in the same area. Not something you see a lot of in the city. The only comment I would make about detail is that you have a very wide driveway, which is attractive. It's in the rendering, it's in brick, but that means that you have a 20-foot curb cut, which ends up using up a lot of space that is needed in a city. And I'm not sure that you couldn't have a 12-foot curb cut leading into a wide driveway and accomplish the same goal. So other than that, they're very nice drawings.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal? Is anybody here to speak in opposition to this proposal?
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have numerous letters of support and numerous letters of opposition for the record.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Whitney Celestin with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We've held an abutters meeting for this proposal on, my notes here. We held a virtual abutters meeting on October 6th. This proposal was also presented at the River Street Civic Association. We've received letters of opposition from the River Street Civic and the Lower Mill Civic Association. We completely agree that the multiple subdivision design is out of character, but we also agree with the Lower Mills Civic and appreciating their design efforts on this project. Given our mission to increase housing and homeownership in the city, we go on the record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dustin Gardner on behalf of City Councilor Andrea Campbell's office. We'd like to go on record in opposition, primarily due to the density that was voiced in the opposition letters from both Lower Mills Civic and River Street Civic.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have 2 raised hands.
Okay.
Hi, Gary, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Gary Tondorf, 17 Temple Street. I'm in a butter and in opposition to this project. And I'd just like to give a little background on this project. The current owner of this property purchased it in June of 2018. The property is a single-family lot. It had a historic house and a small carriage barn on it. It was built by the Burgess family, who are significant roofers, slate roofers in the Lower Mills area for a long time. The Inspectional Services Department issued building code violations in January through August 2019 to secure and clean up the property and close up the openings, the walls, and the roof. The Article 85 process, which was notified to the owner in January 2019, was never undertaken. In discussions with Roseanne Foley at Boston Landmarks Commission, she confirmed that none of the Article 85 process had been started by the owner in January 2019 and that no demolition permit had been issued. Unfortunately, 8 months later, due to the decay and the condition of the project, it was torn down as being unsafe. So the neighborhood lost a very significant building. Our concern fundamentally is overcrowding and overdevelopment. The abutters and neighbors expressed these concerns at several meetings, 2 Civic Association meetings.
So hold on. Can I just ask you a couple of questions? Because the part that's different about this lot is it's 26,000 square feet. So I completely get it that it's a 1-family zone or a 2-family zone, but that's for your standard lot size. So I'm just trying to think through what 26,000 square feet and what compromises and what decisions can be made on something that large.
Well, I think one of the things, Madam Chair, that we looked at and we discussed in questions to the applicant at our neighborhood meetings was how many people would fundamentally be living on this lot. And so if one looks at 8 units each and they were 3-bedroom units, each bedroom could accommodate 2 people, allowing at least 6 persons per home. Ultimately, then the property could have at least 48 people on this lot. And so we're looking at 8 units, 5 buildings on a lot that originally had a single-family house on it. And so what we were concerned about is, first of all, this is a shared driveway. Most of the lot is paved. The question is there enough space for people, side yards, front yards, places for children, places to play? Also, we have an issue of Temple Street is a very narrow one-way street. We do not have any on-street parking available. Also, in looking at the layout of the parking, it's piggyback parking. So the cars are going to have to move out of their current spaces and potentially guests would be on Temple Street, which is basically it's an issue of congestion.
Okay, so hold on. My apologies. It's so besides density, you're concerned about parking. Is there anything else?
I think what we're concerned about life safety. This neighborhood.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just need to get the highlights from you. Okay, anything else? Life safety, parking density?
Safety relative to fire and safety relative to having enough space around the dwellings so that they can be used appropriately rather than in a congested manner.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Any other raised hands?
Yes, Madam Chair. Caller 7593. You've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and member of the board. My name is Siobhan Lissette, a resident of 30 Cedar Street, as well as a member of the Lower Mill Civic Association and the River Street Civic Association. And we've had many hearings on this matter. I am surprised that the city liaison person approved this when everybody, all the politicians, everybody who's attending so many of these hearings.
So I'm sorry, let me ask you, what is your opposition based on?
It's the safety, the density, the density. We cannot, this area here, there's more single families on that street than, there's more single families, maybe one or two families, but a lot of single families. This is not the kind of area to increase the density, Madam Chair.
Okay.
At all. My street is one or two streets over, and what we suggested to the owner is to build 2 single-family homes on that lot, ma'am. Ma'am, if I tear out my house on Cedar Street, my lot will be the exact same size. A lot of developers have been contacted.
Sir, thank you. Anybody else? Any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, I see no other raised hands.
Okay, so I think we've gotten a good amount of information from various sources. Based on that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve a PPDA design review.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Ligris opposes.
Okay. So, Ligris, can you turn off the speaker? Okay, thanks. So Ligris opposes, Fortune opposes, anybody else oppose? Motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Chair, are you taking a break?
Yes, let's just take a 5-minute break, okay? I think everybody needs a stretch. So we will reconvene at 2:35. Okay, Mr. Fortune, I see you there. Mr. Ehrlich, I see you. Mr. Ruggiero, are you on? Is Joe on? Is Acosta on?
Tyrone's here, Madam Chair.
Tyrone's here. Excellent. Mr. DeVoe, Ed, are you on?
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Okay, Joe and Costa, are you guys on?
That was unmuted. It's been unmuted. Sure what's on.
Sorry.
Okay, excellent. So let's get moving. Mr. Fortune, go ahead.
My pleasure. Case BOA 991-361, 533 Washington Street. This is a change of occupancy to include a recreational cannabis retail establishment. This is a remodel of the entire interior of the building. The violation, Article 65, Section 15. The use of retail cannabis establishment is forbidden use, Table B footnote number 25. Article 65, Section 15, use is the conditional cannabis establishment. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, hello again, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mike Ross, attorney with Prince Lobel, on behalf of the applicant. And by the way, Happy New Year to everyone as well. The applicant is Cheryl Crawford and Steve Sweta. They're on the phone, and we also have Dan Linsky, our security consultant, and our architect, Eric Zackerson. So there's two pieces of relief here. There's the conditional use just for the cannabis site, and there's also the buffer requirement. This was approved by the Boston Cannabis Board with regard to both, even though this is now the zoning matter, but they did consider the buffer issue. The buffer issue, just to refresh everyone's recollection, is that you're within half a mile of an existing dispensary, you would have this additional requirement to grant relief for the buffer requirement. The next page shows the plan that I'd be happy to just quickly walk you through.
Tell us what facility it is within a half mile of.
That's right. So within, it's not half mile. So 500 feet from here, a company by the name of Low-Key came before this board, you may remember, at 577B Washington Street. So they're about 500 feet from us. And that's what triggers the additional buffer. So we had to, the relief that we're seeking. So we had to kind of make a heightened case to the Boston Cannabis Board, and now we have to make that heightened case to you as well. I was going to just walk you through really quickly. This floor plan right here is actually perfect. This is 2 floors within an existing 3-floor building, a 3-story building that fronts Washington Street. Washington Street being on the left-hand side where those bow windows are, and then 2 side streets essentially flank both sides of it. Rosedale at the top and Dunlop at the bottom. I have a site plan I'll show you too, but this is a good way to just show you how it kind of works. This is an approximately 1,800 square foot, that first floor, the one on the left. And that's the only area where the public would go. And they enter through the red arrow, through an accessible entrance. And they basically make themselves around the facility going clockwise, first getting in through security, then making their selection, and then fulfillment, and having their IDs checked twice, 21 and older, and then leaving through a separate entrance. The basement, which is on your right, will have direct access of deliveries as well as cash delivery. It's not available to the public. It's only for personnel, and it's where the vault will occur. And the basement's access will be directly off Rosedale Street, where secure deliveries will be made. There should be a site plan at the bottom, which I think does a better way of.
No, I'm still hung up on something, Mr. Councilor Ross.
Yes.
So the one that we approved was literally right on the other side of the street of Rosedale?
No, it's 500 feet.
Where was, it was an aspen wall.
Let me tell you, I actually have if you go down a couple more, we did provide a context map for you here. I think it's.
So it's essentially a block over.
Essentially a block over.
Yeah.
So Grazen is in the red here. That's us. And then Loki is the pink that you can see on about 500 feet from us. So we took the liberty of pointing out that there's 3 nail salons, there's two Chinese restaurants, there's 2 drugstores, there's multiple liquor stores.
Your usual walk through the neighborhood, okay?
Right. So
okay.
It's not uncommon to have these, and indeed to get the 52 that the city will ultimately need. There's going to have to be some permutations here and there to the buffer zones.
Now, is this a minority applicant?
It is. I failed to mention that. I apologize. The applicant is an equity applicant, meaning 51% or more of the ownership is a person of color who also qualifies with other conditions that make them an equity applicant. And in fact, the Boston Cannabis Board put emphasis that in the event that there is going to be a permutation to the buffer zones, more through dicta and through other conversations, as well as the council made this conversation, it should go generally to an equity applicant when that occurs.
Okay.
I had a site plan here, Madam Chair. I don't know if it's attached to this. Oh, great. Yep. Here we go. It's just worth quickly showing you the site plan. I think it's on the second page. Here we go. Yes. Perfect. This is it. Just to point out that there is parking to the rear of the building. And this is also a good way to point out how to access the dispensary, the first floor of the building. You can either enter through Washington Street, which is on your left. There'll be an accessible ramp to allow access there. Or you can see the switchback ramp on the next to the parking area where there's room for 5 cars, and there'll be access that way. This building actually functioned as believe it or not, a nursery, like a daycare center for several years. It's no longer functioning today as a daycare center, but all of its access and issues like that were upgraded only a couple years ago to make it accessible. I think now it might be a good time to pause.
And tell us about the hours of operation.
I'm so sorry. I think you might have, I think that one is not, I think we're doing 10 to 8.
10 to 8, I believe, yes. Yep.
Is that right, Stephen? Yes, Steve Sweater.
I believe it was proposed 10 to 8, yes. Originally it was 8 to 8, which we were not opposed to that either. It's more or less what the community looked for, and I think a little later hours from 10 to 8 were sufficient for the neighborhood.
And is that 7 days a week?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, and tell us about deliveries.
So the deliveries would be coming through, this is a good enough slide to show, through Rosedale Street. We would probably pull into our parking space, and Dan Linsky, who's on the call, will coordinate this. Very likely will be before opening hours, so to limit any issues as it may relate to either the morning commute or as it might relate to just customer business. And there's direct, safe access and entry to the basement where the safe is and where personnel go only. And it's a completely separate entrance from the other side of the building where the ramps are, where the customers will enter. We anticipate maybe twice a week having deliveries.
And what's the zoning district? Is this an LC or a CC?
It's an LC.
It's an LC. Okay. Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich? You're becoming quite an expert on these, huh?
The drawings are fine. They correspond to the function. I do have a question though. What is the current legal status of the 500 feet buffer? Because that was a source of controversy some time ago on this board.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember. It's still in place. So in order to defeat it, we would need to get a variance, and the variance would have to be approved. So it still survives. I think there's.
But Counselor, that's not really a zoning variance, is it?
Yeah, because it's written into the actual zoning as that footnote in the use table where it says provided that it must be not within 500 feet of a school or half a mile from an existing cannabis establishment.
So why would we grant a variance for something that's intended to create a public policy?
Yeah, well, because at some point, you're going to need to get 52 of these in the city. The way the state law works is it's 20% of the number of liquor stores. And that's out in any community, in any community that voted for it. Communities that voted against it have the right to zone it out. The communities that voted for it, it's 20% minimum, not maximum. So at this rate, you might get to 30. And there's about 30 right now that are in the pipeline. I don't think you'll get to 52. And so there are going to be these cases that we have to make the case. There has to be neighborhood support. There has to be, and we have that here. We do have some people who have submitted letters of support or non-opposition, elected officials, what have you, and we think that this is a good case for it. This is
And you couldn't find a location, and you couldn't find a location that was more than 500 feet from another?
It was really a race.
Let me just say, let me pass on, what's his name? Costa, can you please mute for a minute?
Yes.
Thank you. The question is, and I'm going to piggyback on Mr. Ehrlich, is that, we're creating issues with equity applicants competing against each other in a way that I'm not sure is necessarily healthy. And then we know as a board, they're going to get another case on Hyde Park Ave, which is an equity applicant versus a non-equity applicant. And so these are issues that, you don't have to pay attention to, but that we have to pay attention to. So to pay right back on what Mr. Ehrlich says, what was the issue with finding another location?
In this case, it was a race to the finish line for two applicants who both know each other and both understood that they were both doing this, but they were both in 100% before it kind of got to this point. I do agree that we have to make the case as to why we deserve. In this case, I do believe the equity piece grants that. If there was another applicant that had some other feature, we would have to make that case to you. What we tried to show you is that in this neighborhood, there are multiple of every type of store, including drugstores and liquor stores, which is statutorily what is the basis for the legislation to begin with. So it's not too far off field to suggest that there could be nearby cannabis, not everywhere, but in some locations. And this is a dense neighborhood that has been able to support multiple locations, multiple businesses of the same type. And we do believe that given the Boston Cannabis Board's unanimous support and given the support of the elected leaders in the community or the non-opposition, we do believe we've made that case there. We hope that you think so too, though.
So may I see Cheryl? Cheryl, can you please unmute and tell us a little bit about your role in this?
Cheryl Crawford.
I am. Sorry about that. I'm having some challenges. My video may be in some eye challenges, another story. But again, please, what is my role in this? I'm the one that holds the equity status. I lived in the community. I was raised in this community. I've done a lot of work in this community.
Cheryl, I know you outside of here, but I do feel that it's important for us, to have you as the equity person for this case and for this application, also be a visible part of this team.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. I am.
Okay.
Very much so.
Okay. Council, was there anything else you wanted to add? Or Ms. Crawford, anything else you need to add to the presentation?
There are some people to speak in support, and maybe we can.
And what is your commitment to hiring local?
Is this a question for me?
Yes.
I think that's
So
best for
we
you.
have made the commitment to hire local. We have 90% local, 98% local, 98% people of color. I live in this community. I work in this community. I support this community, and I've always supported economic development in this community, and think that this will be a great addition to this community, because some of the other services that we hope to provide outside of, it's the cannabis industry in and of itself, but it's the learning curve around that, the way that it's been stigmatized, and to helping people understand about cannabis, right? Like the learning, what we plan to do with it, the training programs. We understand that there are more equity status people like myself that just don't know what to do, and we're wanting to do some kind of trainings and just showing people how to move through the systems. This has been a long time coming. We've been with Councilor Mike Ross started to say, we've been in lockstep with the other organization. It was just a matter of timing of who got into, it's all about timing, but we absolutely did our community meeting 1 week after. We were 1 week apart. We had lockstep all along. We're not new to this. We've been in the process for almost 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Greetings, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Chantal Lima Barboza with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. A community process was held for this proposal by my predecessor. We recognize that the applicant is requesting a variance for the buffer zone. However, we believe that this is a strong local equity applicant located in a business district and will stimulate economic development for the neighborhood. This application addressed community concerns in regards to safety, security, and parking. While the Codman Square Neighborhood Council opposes cannabis establishments in the area, the applicant did receive some support from the abutters, and the Boston Cannabis Board did approve this application. That being said, the mayor's office would like to go on record and support. Thank you.
Ms. Ambassador, any other raised hands?
Yes, I have 3 raised hands if no other electeds are want to speak. Want me to go ahead? Haynes Emmanuel, you've been unmuted.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Happy New Year to everybody. My name is Haynes Emmanuel. I am the owner of 529 Washington Street, Dorchester, which I've owned for approximately 40 years. I am a retired Boston school teacher for 25 years. I have witnessed the development of our community with various types of commerce, which has been very beneficial to our community. These are some of my concerns about the cannabis business that is actually right next to me. I don't know if people is aware that there are two streets and there are 2 houses that are enclosed within those 2 streets. One is Dunlap and the other one is Rosedale. In that, there are 2 houses. One is 529 Washington Street, which is a 3-family dwelling, and the other one is 533 Washington Street. Before I have
So Mr. Emmanuel, can you tell us what your concerns are?
My concerns.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
go ahead.
My concerns are basically security. We had a murder that took place opposite my dwelling on the 2008 at G&D Auto Center. The building adjacent to me, which is believed by Texas Barbecue and Pizzeria, was sprayed with 19 bullets. We have gang activity that's taken place in the neighborhood. We had a rehab center that is very close to the courthouse, and now we put in a cannabis distribution center right next to my building. My concerns are I can't bring my grandkids over to visit to play outside. I cannot rent the place with good conscience to somebody that has kids to the property. And it puts me in a real bad position because I can't really get the kind of rents that I need to make so that I can pay my taxes as I supposed to.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Emanuel, thank you. Ms. Ambassador, can we hear from somebody else?
Absolutely. Adam Jasper, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd like to go on record in support of the applicant. The applicants are upstanding citizens. They have deep ties to the neighborhood. And additionally, I do appreciate the layout of the parking and the entry and exit to keep a line off of Washington Street. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Jackson, can you put your address on the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. I live at 16 Train Street in Dorchester.
Thank you.
Louis Lisa, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon. My name is Louis Elisa. I live at 68 Seaver Street in Dorchester. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicants. I'm in favor of the establishment. I'm speaking up because I worked a number of years throughout Dorchester and the rest of Boston with community groups and organizations. And I know the applicant and her associates to be committed to the success and the progress of the community, and that their business will show the integrity and support that they've given for other activities and programs. And I think that your challenge that you have in terms of the proximity of the businesses will prove to be worthwhile, as there's the high demand within the community, and that it'll be handled with integrity and respect for those who live there.
Thank you.
Do you want to keep going? There's about 3 more hands raised.
Yes, let's go to the caller.
61721, been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Minor Perez with the Carpenters Union. We want to go on record in support of this establishment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Trevor McKenzie.
Hello, my name is Trevor McKenzie. I'm a resident at 83 Center Street in Codman Square. I'm familiar with Cheryl and the other owners of this project, and I know she's well tied into the community. And I just want to say I support this project, support the hiring of minorities, and a local owned business within our community.
Thank you. Ms. Ambassador, that is Gary Tondorf Dick also going to speak?
I won't allow, his hand is raised, but it won't allow me to mute or unmute him.
Okay.
I'm not sure what. Yeah.
Okay, so given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
And is that with BRA Design Review?
Yeah, with design review.
Is there a second?
Second, Secretary.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Ligris opposes.
I'm opposed. I just don't know how we approve. I mean, it sounds like a great proposal. I just don't know how we approve something that's in the buffer zone.
Yeah, I think, Costa, can you mute, please? I think that the issue is that sometimes we approve more projects that get approved that actually hit the ground. So if there's a demand and, if these two can survive, good luck. And so I'm looking forward to seeing your storefront active. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 1130258, 36 to 38 Murray Hill Road. This is proposed to erect a two-family on a vacant lot. The violations, Article 69, Section 9, the rear yard setback is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, lot size to erect a dwelling is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, the lot area for additional dwelling unit is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, the minimum lot width requirement is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, the minimum lot frontage is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 67, Section 9, the height requirement is excessive. Article 67, Section 9, the front yard setback is insufficient. Article 67, Section 9, the side yard setback is insufficient. And Article 67, Section 9, usable open space is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small, Business Adjuster for Owen Dr. Here today seeking relief to erect a two-family dwelling with 2 parking spaces on a vacant lot. The zoning sub-district is a 2F5000. We have approximately 4,010 square feet. The unit sizes, unit 1 will be 2 bedrooms, 1.5 bath, and is approximately 1,800 square feet. Unit 2 is 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and is approximately 825 square feet.
I'm sorry, and what was that?
1,800.
Okay, just a bedroom, okay?
With regard to the violations, Madam Chair, lot width by frontage, the requirement is 50 feet, we have 40. FAR, the required FAR is 0.5, we're proposing 1.0. The building height, we think we were cited erroneously as the building as proposed is 2.5 stories at 34 feet, so we are not going over the 35-foot threshold. Front yard, the requirement is 20. We're proposing a 10-foot, which is modal with the other buildings on that street. Side yard violation requirement is 10 feet. We have 10 feet on the side which contains the driveway, which is the left side, as the site plan showed. On the other side, we have approximately 5 feet, which takes care of the side yard setback. With regard to open space, the requirement for the 2 units is approximately 3,600 square feet, and we have 850 feet. And again, it's a vacant lot. It's been vacant for over 15 years, and we're seeking to put a 2-family with 2 parking spaces.
Can we see the rendering of this 2-family, please? Okay.
Madam Chair, just for edification, there are no bedrooms in the basement.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
I knew it's coming.
And let's see, I think I might have missed it. How is parking going to be accommodated?
Driveway will be proposed to the left of the house. 10-foot driveway going back, and you have rear yard parking. Go down.
Okay.
Up there.
How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
Drawings are adequate, and not just because there's no living space in the basement.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal. We completed a community process back on November 10th, 2020. We received no formal opposition. We did receive one request that it be made a single family. But with that being said, we'd like to go on record and support this. This proposal is similar to others on the street. The 4,000 square foot area is similar to the other 2 families on this street. So again, we would like to go on record and support. Thank you.
Is this I think this is the second single construction on Murray Hill. Who's the owner on this, Counselor?
The owner is Murray Hill Road LLC, and it's Patricia Webster.
Okay. Anybody here else to speak in support?
So, Madam Chair, I have one raised hand by Minor. Let me just see. Minor, do you have a question? Did you want to speak in support of the position?
My apologies. No, this one. Thank you.
Okay. Nothing from the local counselor? Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BBDA design review.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, have a good day.
You too.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 111-5286, 17 Kingsborough Park. This is a renovation of the third floor and add additional conditioned livable space for second-story condo. The violation is Article 55, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive, and Article 55, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
This is David Yasa.
I just wanted to make you and Mr. Ehrlich aware that updated plans were received on this. They were reviewed by the plans examiner this morning, but I don't know if Mr. Ehrlich has had a chance to review those. So I would leave it up to your discretion whether or not you would want to proceed with this appeal.
Yeah, no, Stephanie emailed me the plans a few hours ago.
Okay, Mr. Yasa, put your name and address on the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is David Yasa, resident and co-owner of the second floor condominium at 17 Kingsborough Park in Jamaica Plain.
And tell us what you're planning on doing.
The purpose of the proposed project is to add a 699 square foot addition to include living space into a deeded attic for the second floor of the two condominium association at the above address.
Okay, so hold on a minute. Mr. Ehrlich, how do the plans look?
This is a relatively minimal project, and there's adequate floor to ceiling height. It's okay.
Is any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Lindsay Santana from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. And a butters meeting was held on October 5th, 2020. And they received the support of the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council. So the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Members of the board, Karen Foley, Boston City Council, Anissa Asabi George's office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 6 letters of support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, it appears there are no raised hands related to this proposal.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second,
Legris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 109-1923, 1870 Center Street. This is an interior build-out, a new tenant change of use to include a 24-hour fitness center. The violations, Article 2A, Section 2A-1, entertainment uses including fitness centers shall not operate past 10:30 p.m. Article 56, Section 39, off-street parking is insufficient, 63 is required, 25 is proposed. Name and address for the record, please.
Is the applicant here for Center Street?
No, there wasn't a butter who checked in earlier in the day, but I don't see if there's any hands raised. I don't see any messages in the chat or any hands raised.
Okay, let's just move on and come back to that one. Actually, it's now,
Well, we have one more case, Madam Chair.
okay.
We'll go to
Let's
Planned
just,
Hood, and then we'll come back to that one.
okay.
I think somebody's
No, it's not.
speaking.
Hello?
Hello? You sound low. Can you speak up?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, your name and address for the record.
My apologies. My name is Ryan with DK Mullen Architects.
And you're here for 1870 Center Street in West Roxbury?
We are, yes.
Okay, so are you going ahead?
I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. What did you say?
Tell us what's being proposed. Ms. Ambassador, can you mute everybody?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us what you're proposing to do.
Yes, so this is an existing mercantile. We're proposing to bring in a fitness center as an A3 assembly. So that's a change of use. And then we're requesting a parking variance and a 24-hour use.
Okay, and so give us more details. Is this Planet Fitness only going to be on the first floor, or is it going to extend into the basement and the second floor?
Yes, so Planet Fitness will take over all 3 stories, the basement, ground level, and second story. As part of that, we're also looking at a change in the facade on the street side. We're reusing what was an enclosed existing opening for a second story window. And the only access to the building is off the street side. There's no access for daily use off the back of the building. It's an emergency egress only.
And so let me just ask, how are you going to control for 24 hours? How are you going to control for people's safety for 24 hours operation?
So Planet Fitness is a members-only fitness club, and there's a 24-hour 7 on-site staff.
Okay. Okay. And the parking is in the rear of the building, okay?
Yes.
So how are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The plans are pretty straightforward.
Any questions from the board?
Real quick, if there, for whatever reason, the client for this project is unable to speak. His name is Chase.
Okay, in the meantime, while we're trying to fix that, is anybody here to speak in support of this?
Madam Chair, Secretary here. I had a question, unfortunately, I was on mute. Are there any other Planet Fitnesses that are open 24 hours in a community like West Roxbury with dense residential and retail?
This is Ryan. The answer is yes, but the client would be best to answer this.
Can everyone hear me?
Who is this? This is Chase.
This is Chase Polifana. I'm the Director of Construction for Planet Fitness, and my address is 320 Yonkers Avenue in Yonkers, New York. To answer your question, yes, there is throughout the country. Actually, we have 2,000 stores nationwide.
Hold on, Chase. Yonkers is a pretty city, and we love New York.
Yeah, Massachusetts.
We're asking more specifically about Boston. If there are any other 24-hour Planet Fitness locations in a neighborhood such as West Roxbury, which is very predominantly residential with just commercials.
Yes, there is. I was just, Madam Chair, I was just stating my address before. That's our office address.
Yeah. So tell us where in Boston we can find a 24-hour Planet Fitness.
So in Dorchester, in Boston proper on Winter Street.
And where in Dorchester?
I don't know the street offhand. We have quite a few stores. I just don't know them offhand. Every single one.
Okay. Let's move ahead. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Board, Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Just like to go on record support. So the applicants completed a full community process. We had an abutters meeting back in September 2020. After that meeting, there are residential abutters behind the property that kind of abut the parking lot. So there are several letters of opposition just because of the 24-hour nature and the parking in the back and the disturbances and the noise that could be happening. The applicant then went before the neighborhood council back in October of 2020. So the neighborhood council supported their proposal 6-0 with the stipulation though that there's a 6-month probationary period to ensure the surrounding residential neighbors are satisfied with regard to any noise concerns. If there are noise concerns during that 6-month period, they go back before the neighborhood council to kind of mitigate those issues. So we'd like to support that stipulation. And if there are any issues that arise, they have to go back to the neighborhood council. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Peter Favruto from Councilor Matt O'Malley's office. Councilor would like to go on record in support as well.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, City Councilor Anissa Asabi George's office. Would like to go back and support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty. Echoing the sentiments of the mayor's office with that proviso that was put in by the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council, the council would lend his support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary, one letter of support.
Okay, can we hear from the raised hand, starting with Jason? Jason's email.
Jason, you have been unmuted.
Hey, Jason Camille here of 9 Hastings Street. I'm here in opposition of the 24-hour use at 1870 Center Street. The current property has residential abutters in the rear, and this portion of the property is outlined as parking and will increase noise and light pollution in the neighborhood in the late evening and early morning hours.
Thank you. Melissa?
Muted?
Yep, you've been unmuted. Go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I actually, I am the real estate broker of Perishable Management Services at 221 Columbus Boulevard in Boston. I received a letter of support from the abutter immediately next door, George Homsey, Homsi. His letter, to summarize it, is that he believes that the 24/7 operation will deter crime. He also thinks that it will attract other businesses to downtown, and that he himself has experienced vacancies as a result of COVID, and hopes that it will benefit the community. He also believes that Planet Fitness will benefit the community because of their philanthropy. And he actually,
hold on. You know that this is in West Roxbury, not downtown.
No, correct. I just was stating my physical address because you've asked previous people to state their physical address. Mr. Homsey is directly next door. He owns the Subway franchise, and his father also wrote a letter in support. The address of that property is 1860 and 1868 Center Street.
So
he specifically does oppose closing down the rear parking lot. He thinks that that is short-sighted because many businesses in the area do not have their own parking lot and rely on that street parking.
Melissa, we're done. Can we hear from Patricia Stanton, please?
Yep. 18 Lynette Street in West Roxbury. Landlord for 44 Corey Street, which is a 6-family building directly adjacent to the back parking lot. 3 of our residents have bedrooms right on that parking lot, and we are very vehemently opposed based upon the noise that these people deal with 24 hours.
Thank you. Can I hear from Stephen, please?
Yep. My name is, thank you, Chairman, Madam Chairman. My name is Steve Ng, and I'm an abutter of residential property behind the Planet Fitness.
What's your address, please?
It's this address is 1 Hastings Street.
Oh, you're on Hastings. Okay, go ahead.
Yep. And I personally do not oppose the business, but I am strongly against the business 24-hour proposal. And the opposition is based on concerns of noise and late evening activities. From what my understanding, the business has no plans to monitor or to address any late night noise activities. And this is a residential neighborhood, and I do not believe that our neighborhood should be used as an experimental neighborhood to give this 24-hour proposal a 6-month period.
Thank you. Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please? Just to put this in context, the frontage of the building is on Center Street. Everybody knows Center Street in West Roxbury. However, there are, 2, 3, 4 family buildings in the rear.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to deny without prejudice.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
I'm opposed as well.
Who else is that? Mark,
Opposed.
you're
The two marks.
opposed? Both the marks are opposed? I too, I support the motion, so it's denied without prejudice.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 109-7293, 14 Mount Hood Road.
Madam Chair, if I could, Ed DeVoe, I've had some technical difficulties. I'd like the record to reflect that I have not been able to vote on any of the matters going back to, I believe it was the cannabis on Washington.
To cannabis on Washington. Okay, so you did. So, what is your vote? Because everything else was fine. What is your vote?
I was kicked off. I don't feel comfortable voting on it because I did not hear the entire matter.
Lord, because, so I think then that we need to rehear this, because, can we just move this to the next meeting, please? Because it wasn't a duly called vote on this, okay? Because we have two in opposition, one who cannot hear, so the vote doesn't carry.
Want to make a motion to defer it then to January
Yes,
26th?
Please, yes.
Yeah, I apologize. I've tried my best to get back on and keep having technical issues.
Madam Chair,
Okay, so please mute everybody. And let's get a date for the next meeting.
So, Madam Chair, we have a date of January 26th.
Okay, let's get to January 26th.
We'll do it 1 o'clock, I would imagine.
Okay, 1 o'clock, okay? Mr. DeVoe, is your system up and running now?
I believe so, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's go on with the next
Madam
project.
Chair, was the proponent still on? Did they hear the date? I haven't heard.
I'm sure Neighborhood Services can be in touch with them.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let them know.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 109-7293, 14 Mount Hood Road. This is seeking to change occupancy an existing 3-family residential dwelling to a 7-family residential dwelling. The violation is Article 51, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area per unit. Article 51, Section 9, excessive FAR basement unit. Article 51, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit. Article 51, Section 9, number of habitable stories has been exceeded. Article 51, Section 56, insufficient parking. Article 51, Section 8, use of a table. Footnote number 5, basement units are forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Jeff Drago.
Attorney Drago, if I may interrupt for a second, Coastal Liquors will be recusing himself in this matter.
Thank you. With an address of 11 Beacon Street. Here with me is also Eric Zackerson from Context Architects. I just want to point out that this plan has changed and the description has changed from when we first filed, and the plans will reflect that. The proposal now is to change the occupancy of the existing 3-family residential dwelling to a 6-family residential dwelling. We removed the basement unit. We do have 2 bi-level units with an extension of living space into the lower level, which I will go over. The plan now, as it shows, we are not changing anything to the context of the footprint of the building itself. Everything will remain the same. In the lower level now, we are proposing a common utility room entered by a staircase, and our 2 units 1 and 2 have our lower levels. Just to point out, our ceiling height existing is 8 foot 10 inches. We do not have any bedrooms, and listening to the board over the last few months, we took heed of that. There are no bedrooms in the bottom. Our grading is about 75% in Unit 1, which if we can show the front of the building, I think the board can see that because it's on a slope on Mount Hood. We also have a full walkout, two means of egress, so one in the front entrance down a set of stairs for each unit, but also a full walkout in the rear of the property as well that leads to the backyard. In the bottom units.
Colette, can you please show us how the units are going to, yes, move up one, please. A10, thanks. Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Sure. In the bottom level, Madam Chair, the elevated level, there is living room, kitchen, and one bath for both Unit 1 and Unit 2. Those units will be 1,265 square feet. And the second part of that, or the bi-level section of that, is on the first floor. That will have a 2-bedroom unit and a 3-bedroom unit with 1 bath and 2 baths. As we go up to the second floor, that would house units 3 and 4. Unit 3 would be an 881 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1 bath, and Unit 4 would be a 532 square foot studio unit. As we go up to the third floor, that's units 5 and 6. That has a 743 1-bed, 1 bath, and Unit 6 is a 681 square foot, 1-bed, 1 bath. Right now, the current layouts of these units are basically set up with multiple bedrooms, so it's a 3-unit, but our bedroom count will not be going up. So right now, there are 10 bedrooms in the existing buildings with 4, 4, and 2. And now we are proposing to keep only 10 bedrooms, but get rid of a number of the studios in these units to make these sort of better units. Right now, before my client owned the building, they were just renting out studies, renting out bedrooms, so that, you know, that this will clean up this building and involve a full renovation inside. Also to go over the...
Hold on. How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
I wasn't thrilled with the plans that I had gotten before, but Mr. Drago, what he's describing is substantially different. But I'm seeing those plans on the screen, not the ones I previewed. So, you know, I mean, this is an attempt essentially to take a handful of apartments and double the number by cutting them in half. But it sounds like the way the building was being used was the rooms were being rented out, and so maybe this is a better solution. But certainly the basement proposal that Mr. Drago is presenting is a far better solution than what the plans that I previewed.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record support of this proposal. Our office conducted a butters meeting on August 26th. Primary concerns were with parking on the street and whatnot in existing conditions. The applicant has since worked and reduced the density so that the bedroom count will remain the same. They've also gone down from 7 units to 6 in their proposal. They went on to the Brighton Halston Improvement Association and received support there as well.
Was there any commitment not to rent to undergrads or grads?
I don't recall that specifically in the language at the Brighton Halston Improvement Association, and I don't have it in my notes here for the abutters meeting either.
Madam Chair, I can just go on record to say that we would not be renting to undergrads anyway, just to put that out.
How about graduate students?
That, you know, we weren't planning on restricting that, but that, you know, certainly if the board feels that to be necessary, we would go along.
Okay. Let's see. Anybody else to speak on this proposal?
Good afternoon. This is Maura McCrae from Councilor Breeden's office. We'd like to go on record as being in opposition to this project. We have concerns about the living areas included in the basement, just due to quality of life issues.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office. Would like to echo Councilor Breeden's and go in opposition to this project. Sorry.
Annabelle?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Annabelle Gomes from the Brighton Austin Improvement Association. We'd like to go on record in support of the project. They worked closely with the neighbors on the street and came up with this proposal that is acceptable. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary has 14 letters of support.
Okay, Annabelle, was there any comments about renting to grads or undergrads?
To be honest with you, I can't remember if there was or wasn't. We don't typically have a problem with renting to grads. It's more undergrads that is the key problem in our neighborhood. And I can't remember if that was brought up at the meeting. I don't believe it because it would be in my notes as a requisite, but we would be comfortable with putting that in there as that's something that we do usually ask all the time for them not to rent undergrads.
Okay. Let's see, James Long, please.
Yes.
Hi, James. You've been.
Yes, thank you. I'm in a butter. I live at 39 Mount Hood Road. And I was contacted by the developers actually before they started the process. They did make some changes. And as a result of that, I support the project.
Thank you. That's it, right, Mr. Ambassador? Okay, given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion for approval, but to hold signature until the revised plans are submitted, because I would not have voted for it with the previous set of plans.
Okay, is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? For the record, I am opposed, but the motion carries, so you're all set. Good luck.
Thank you, members of the board.
Madam Chair, before I call the next case, council would like to intervene here to ask a question. Is Mr. DeVoe online right now? Ed, are you on?
Yes, I am, Mr. Secretary.
Ed, did you get, no, you said you did not hear 533 Washington Street, or you did?
The cannabis.
I was disconnected halfway through.
You didn't vote?
I did not.
Madam Chair, there were 2 votes in opposition. That would make only 4 in favor of that appeal.
On Washington Street? No, I thought the only one is who recused himself. I thought Costa recused himself on Washington Street.
I don't have any recusals. I have Legris and Ehrlich in opposition.
So, so that's 2. Oh my God. Listen, you've got to give us a heads up earlier on. Somehow, send us a note or something. We need to call those guys back too. Okay?
Well, Madam Chair, there were 2 other cases before Ed came back on, which was Murray Hill Road and then Kingsborough Park.
But both of them went through without any oppositions or.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure they're clear for the record.
Madam Chair, the only solution I see is to contact the applicant for 533 Washington and let them know what happened, and we'll have to renotice it for another date.
Yeah, let's just do that. Okay, so let's move to the rediscussions.
Okay, Madam Chair. We're going to go to the 1230 rediscussions. Calling the first case, calling VOA 1050291, 32 Orleans Street. This is to raise the existing structure at 32 Orleans, combined lots. The new lot to be 2,076 square feet. It's actually a 5-story multifamily dwelling with parking for 4 vehicles. The violations, Article 27T-5, this is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 56, insufficient parking and unloading. Article 53, Section 56.5A, parking maneuverability. Article 53, Section 8, a 6-unit dwelling is forbidden. Article 53, Section 9, excessive FAR. Article 53, Section 9, the number of allowed stories has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, the maximum allowed height has been exceeded. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient side yard setback. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient additional lot area per unit. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient open space per unit. Article 53, Section 9, insufficient rear yard setback. Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading. The design and the dimensional zones of spaces provided are undersized. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, Ed DeVoe, I am recusing myself.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins on behalf of Michael Rabb, the petitioner for the proposal at 32 Orleans Street. Also with me is Nick Landry, who is the project architect. Madam Chair, this project is located just on the edge of the Jeffreys Point neighborhood, for lack of a better description, close to Maverick Square. And it's actually located in the 3F 2000 district. There's a pre-existing 3-family dwelling on the site and a vacant lot. We're proposing to demolish the existing 3-family dwelling and replace that with a new 6-unit dwelling with parking at the grade level. As you can see here from the BPDA abstract, the lots are typical for that side of the street. It's actually located next to a 38-unit mixed-use building, which stands at 5 stories to the rear portion of the property. If we can sneak down to the next slide, we can probably see the context of the neighborhood. So here's the existing 3-family dwelling with the multifamily located immediately to the right. You can go to the next slide. Looking down Orleans Street, this is towards the waterfront. You have a 15-unit building to immediately across the street.
Mr. Lins, it's getting late for us. Can you kind of speak through your presentation?
I'll cut to the chase. Let me move to the rendering. Yes, sorry about that, Madam Chair. I get a little excited when I get the opportunity to present here. Why don't we stop? Let's stop at that one there. So, Madam Chair, what we're proposing is actually 4 studio units, or about 620 square feet each, and 2 2-bedroom units, approximately 1,200 square feet, and those will be located on levels 4 and levels 5. We've gone to great lengths through the community process to design this building to fit and complement the streetscape along that section of Orleans Street. One of the other things that we've done through the community process is ensure that the height of our building is actually lower than the roof deck of the adjoining 38-unit building to its right. We do have that direct abutter who is an owner-occupant of that building supporting this project based upon the modifications we made. We also agreed to do no roof deck above the upper level. With respect to the relief that's necessary, because this is a 3F district, we are requesting relief for multifamily use. We do meet the requirements for minimum lot size at 2,076 square feet, and the minimum lot frontage we have 37.75 feet. We do require relief on the side yard, but there was already an existing non-conforming condition on the left side. We are maintaining that, but providing a 2.5-foot setback on the right side. The rear yard for this particular lot, under the exceptions to Article 53, would only be a 10-foot requirement because of the shallow lot nature. The existing condition is already non-conforming, and we are proposing a 7.5-foot setback. The height of this building is above the 3-story, 35-foot limit. We do propose this at 5 stories. However, as I mentioned, the design of this building is intended to complement what presently exists on Orleans Street and also takes advantage of the slope from the corner of Sumner as it heads down towards the waterfront. So we do have a total of 49.5 feet, but again, staying below the roof deck of the adjoining building to the right.
So, Councilor, who is the architect on this?
Nick Landry, and he is on the call.
Okay. Tell us about those garage doors and how the parking is supposed to work.
I did have an opportunity to express to Mr. Landry that part of the design review, these garage doors would have to be translucent. We are showing for illustration just to identify where the garage is, but that is certainly something that they'll be.
Know where I was going, but the question mostly is that for such a small lot, what is it, 2076?
Correct.
That you have 2 curb cuts. Which takes away from the sense of pedestrian, and there is another curb cut to the garage right next door. And so that is something that would be of concern to us.
Sure. So we are showing a total of 4 parking spaces. They would be tandem in nature, since you'd not be able to provide a different arrangement, especially with the entrance where we've located it. And that was something that was raised during the community process. There was no specific objection to having the curb cut arrangement in this manner, more so because of the fact that there is no parking on this side of Orleans Street. But I certainly understand the concern over the pedestrian experience along that section of Orleans.
Madam Chair, Mr. Lenz, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just on that topic, because Bob D'Amico from BT is speaking on this one. To your point, the area for parking 4 cars is undersized, and there must be a change into the curb cut design. Both curb cuts must be changed, is what he's recommending.
Okay.
How are the plans, Mr. Ehrlich?
The plans are okay. I had the same concerns about the curb cuts and the garage doors, so.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. The Office of Neighborhood Services held an abutters meeting on January 14, where the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters, and we also received 12 letters of support from abutters, including 1 direct abutter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to leave this project at the discretion of the board.
Thank you. Any raised hands, Mr. Ambassador?
Yes, ma'am, there are 2. Yes, 2, but I'm not sure if Minor still has a question. But Dennis, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Happy New Year, Madam Chairman and members of the board. I'm Dennis Sullivan at 1 Brigham Street in East Boston, and I represent the Jeffries Point Neighborhood Association. Our neighborhood association voted against this project with a vote of 14 in favor and 20 opposed. Among the reasons that were cited by residents opposing the project are the planned height of violating the current zoning code. Several residents in the abutter radius object to the extra height of the building. And also that the planned building adds substantial density without adding adequate parking spaces. This is in a neighborhood which already faces a shortage of on-street parking. Thank you.
Thank you. That was
Madam Chair, Secretary here. There's 14 letters of support, and that was the 1 letter of opposition was from the Jeffries Point.
Okay. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Can I ask a question, please? Relative to parking, Mr. Lind, did you say there's no parking on that side of Orleans Street?
Yeah, Orleans Street does not have parking on that side. The other side of the street does have parking, and that was one of the considerations in looking at the curb cut impact.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with design review.
Is there a second?
Yeah. Second. Can we make both BPDA and BTD design review, Joe?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 106-8478, 324 Sumner Street. This is to renovate and erect a vertical addition with roof deck, change occupancy from a 1-family beauty salon to 3-unit residential dwelling, and extend living space into the basement. Violations, Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 27T, East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 52, roof structure restriction. Article 53, Section 9, the additional lot area is insufficient. Article 53, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 53, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. In Article 53, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lenz, on behalf of the petitioner, Bobby Gerizimidis. Also with me is Derek Rubinoff, the architect of this project. I will provide the abbreviated version, Madam Chair. This project is in the Jeffries Point section of East Boston. It's a pre-existing residential and commercial use at the lower level. Our proposal would change the occupancy of the building to a 3-family dwelling, which is an allowed conforming use in the district. In addition, we would be proposing a vertical addition to the existing two-story building and extending living space into the basement. With respect to the unit sizes, we're proposing 1 3-bedroom at the lower level and 2 2-bedrooms at the upper levels. The smallest size unit is 890 square feet, and the 3 bedrooms about 1,500 square feet total. The floor-to-ceiling basement height for the livable space in the basement area is 8 feet clear. And we do have a full walkout to the rear portion of the property, which you'll see in the elevations that will be shown shortly. This proposal requires just a little bit of relief under the code. The existing conditions, as I said, are already pretty much non-conforming with respect to setbacks. However, with respect to the vertical addition that we're proposing, we do require side yard relief to the extent that we're not more than 2.5 feet from the property line. With respect to the other violations, we were cited for height, but I would point out that the total height of the building upon the completion would be 31 feet 9 inches. We do propose a roof deck. That roof deck is not accessed by a head house. There's only a hatch to access the roof deck, so we feel that we're in compliance with the height requirements.
And is that, hold on, is that roof deck only for the top unit?
It is exclusive for the upper level unit, that is correct.
Okay. And Colette, can you show us what that basement proposed space is supposed to look like? Mark, how are the plans?
Well, this is again a topography change front to back. So in the front, the basement is mostly below grade, and in the back, it's walkout. Mr. Lind, the building abuts the neighboring building to the right, but there's a little space on the left. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's the other concern, which is just in terms, so there's no windows on the right side because you're butting up against another building, and on the left side in the basement, you can look at some of the elevations. I mean, there's going to be limited natural light.
It's Derek Rubinoff here. We would be providing 3 windows into the bedroom that is proposed in the basement closer to the front, and we would provide a window into the bathroom. Furthermore, the amount of area of those windows would be double what is required by the sanitation code. Have 22 square feet of windows.
Please, Derek and Richie, just make sure we stop seeing these ridiculous basement extensions, okay? It's, we've had a long day and we've seen just so many of these today that really try to shoehorn living space into space that just, I don't know how it's going to work. I mean, that front master bedroom, what kind of light is it going to get in there?
Yeah, it'll get mostly ambient light coming through the side yard there. So the one in the back though has a direct large sliding door, going out to the back. And if we look at the rear elevation, you'll see that there's plenty of light and plenty of view into that back bedroom. That back bedroom is going to be, if we go to the rendering down below.
Yeah, the back bedroom is fine, but what we are concerned about is the front bedroom. And I can't tell from the plans whether there's any windows in the front bedroom.
Yes, there are. There are 3 windows in the front bedroom. They're not quite shown properly in that rendering, but if you go to the plan view there, you can see it, or the elevation. If we go to the elevation, that shows it as well.
Well, wait a minute. I'm looking at the plan view. There's 2 in the front, correct?
There's 3 in that front bedroom there.
I don't see a third one.
In the top section, Mr. Ehrlich, you're looking, Sumner Street is to the left side of your screen. The rear of the building is to the right side of your screen. So you can see the 3 windows right above master bed.
Oh, side by side.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, side by side. And what's the floor to sill height on those? And how big are they?
They are 3 feet wide and 2.5 feet tall. And there's already an emergency escape and rescue door directly into that space. So the sill height of those, I'm just getting to that for you right now. Those are about 5 feet. 5.5 feet, 5.5 feet.
How can you do that? It's why it can't be more than 44 inches.
Because we have a door that is going out of that bedroom directly into a protected stair that goes directly to the yard. So that's allowed under the code. So they have their own door directly out of there into the side passageway there. So that complies with the emergency escape and rescue. Plus the building will be sprinklered for 13R.
Okay, any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, this proposal received strong support from abutters and from Jeffries Point Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Mr. Chair, I do have my hand raised. No one else. Dennis is still. Dennis, were you planning to speak on this proposal as well?
No, I wasn't. Thank you.
All right,
The Jeffries Point Neighborhood Association supported this proposal. I'll speak on that.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve with two provisos. One is BPDA design review, and the other is that there's no bedroom in the front part of the basement.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Is anybody opposing? No. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, can I just say really quickly, there's a huge influx of call-ins. So if anyone is interested in raising their hand and they're calling in, please press *3 so to be able to comment in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, I wonder if that's for Gaston coming up. Yeah, so
Calling the next case, calling BOA 101-2022, 14 North Bennett Street. This is seeking to change the occupancy from a rectory to 6 residential units, also to erect a one-story addition and complete renovations. The violations, Article 54, Section 10, floor area ratio is excessive. Article 54, Section 10, usable open space is insufficient. Article 54, Section 10, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 54, Section 18, the roof structure restrictions. Article 54, Section 21, off-street parking loading requirement. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, I need to recuse myself, Ligris.
thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Daniel Toscano, attorney at law, Drago and Toscano, located at 11 Beacon Street in Boston. Co-counselors on this, Matt Eckel. We represent George Corus, who's the owner of the property, and also on the line is Isaac Smith, who's the architect of this property. We are seeking to change the occupancy from what's existing or currently a rectory to a 6-family residential dwelling and add a one-story addition. This is 14 North Bennett Street. As you can see, this is a view going towards Hanover Street. This is a multi-family residential sub-district. So when you're looking down, changing the use from the rectory to the residential units is an allowable use. Looking at this particular slide, you can see it. We are the one-story addition. We are going to be still lower than the building that's to the right of us, which is owned by the Roman Catholic Church. And you see St. Leonard's Church that's behind us. That's also much higher than the 55 feet. And the building to the right is over 60 feet. And the building across the street is the former Columbus High School, which has been changed to condominiums many years ago. And they've done an addition that's higher than the 55 feet as well. Going through our floor plan, Madam Chair, we have one on Unit 1A, which is on the ground level. That's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath unit. That's 667 square feet of living space. On the other side of the property is Unit 1B. That's a 2-bedroom, 2.5-bath duplex. The bedrooms are going to be on the ground level. You'll have 2 bedrooms and 2 baths, as you're seeing on the right side of that screen. And down into the lower level, which is an existing living space already, which was already used by the rectory as a kitchen and living space. We are going to renovate that area and continue to keep it as a kitchen living space.
Counselor, just give us a count of how many ones and the range of sizes.
Sure. So the one bedroom, as I just described, is 1 bedroom, 1 bath. It's 667 square feet. We have 3 2-bedrooms, 2 baths that ranged over 1,200 square feet, 1,280 up to 1,330. And we have 2 identical 3-bedroom, 2-bath units on the 2nd and 3rd level that are at 1,580 square feet of space.
Okay, now what I need clarification from is that looking at the view of the building from the street, will there be any units in the bottom part of that building that have those narrow windows?
So unit 1B is going to be a duplex unit, which will be the ground level, which will have the bedrooms, 2 bedrooms and the 2 bath, and that will go into the existing lower space, which will be renovated. It's already existing kitchen and living space that was used by the rectory, and we're going to renovate it and keep it a kitchen and living space. Ceiling height is 9 feet 6 inches, and there are 2 means of egress at that down in that lower level.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The plans are okay, but I have to question the choice of the blue metal siding for the penthouse. Whose idea was that?
That blue metal siding belongs to the building right next to it, which is owned by the Roman Catholic Church. We have agreed if the neighbors would like us to paint it, but I know residents don't like the blue, but that is existing. That's not our building. Yeah. So,
okay.
I can go through the violations if that's okay, Madam Chair.
No,
But
I have to say I am relying on you, Mr. Ehrlich. So the plans are okay. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, the plans are okay, but you got to do something about your neighbor.
We'll talk to the church.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is John Romano from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This project has gone through an extensive community process and a design review and a redesign due to feedback from the community. After such time, we still received letters in opposition, as well as the neighborhood council voting against the project and the residents association resubmitting their opposition. In contrast to this, we have received a significant number of support letters, including one from the Franciscan friars who oversee and manages the church, as you just mentioned, Mr. Ehrlich, and who directly abuts the property. At this time, we'd like to go on record and support this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Michael Benetti from the Office of Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would like to leave this project at the discretion of the board.
Thank you. Anybody else with raised hands?
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We have numerous letters of support and numerous letters of opposition.
Okay.
If I may add, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, I think we submitted 125 letters of support, a lot of them being directed by the
Counselor, hold on. May I hear from Nicole, please?
All right, Ellen, hold on. Okay, okay, Ellen, you've been unmuted. Can you hear us?
Thank you so much.
Activity issues, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Can you put your name and address on the record and tell us whether you're in support or opposition?
Madam Chair, my name is Ellen Hume, and I am from 21 North Bennett Street, and I'm the former chair of the Board of Trustees for Columbus Court, which is a 32-unit condo building which directly faces this property across that narrow street that you just saw. And I speak for many opposing abutters. I have an unusual request today, Madam Chair. Our attorney, Larry DeCara, was hit by a car late last week, and we've had new developments where we need an attorney to help us. We've talked to the Archdiocese. There have been new documents filed at the ZBA. Would it be possible to extend this to the future so that we can deal with these new developments? We have a lot of opposition to this.
Hold on. First of all, how is Mr. DeCara?
Well, the last we heard, he was having multiple surgeries and in the ICU at Rhode Island Hospital. He was hit by a car while out walking, and he has been with us every step of the way on this.
Okay, hold on. Because honestly, okay, can I hear from Nicole, please?
Okay.
Hi and good afternoon, Madam.
Okay, Nicole, you've been unmuted.
Hi and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Nicole DeBenny. My family and I are owners at 1 North Bennett Court, and we are direct abutters of the property under discussion. I'd like to go on record as being in strong support of the proposal at 14 North Bennett Street for many reasons. I think that the change of occupancy and the addition will have many benefits to the street. One, bringing about an increase in property values. Additionally, I think it's going to clean up the existing building and add some liveliness to an otherwise dark and quiet street, especially at night. Also, given the great public transportation system that we have in the city, I don't fear any impact on parking that these units will bring about. And for those reasons, I support the proposal.
Okay. Let's hear from Alyssa.
Hi, Alyssa Tizano, 160 Salem Street. My property looks directly down North Bennett Street. And I've been a lifelong resident of the North End. I'm raising my 2 children here. And I am in support of this project. I think it will bring, like Nicole said, some life to this desolate street. At night, it's very quiet and it's dark, and me and my children, we always walk down a different street. It's just been vacant, and the building itself has been kind of just empty for a couple years now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Now hold on. So, Counselor, you've heard the objections. Do you have any response?
Well, I'll respond. Madam Chair, members of the board, this has been a long process. We've made numerous changes to the plans based on the concerns of the residents. We're never going to reach an agreement due to the fact that it's Ms. Humes and a few others. It's not a lot of abutters, but that come to the meetings, that came to the meetings. They're opposed to the 1-story addition that we're proposing. We've made numerous changes to other suggestions that they've made, and I believe that the changes we've made are adequate and they're not negative. They will not create any negative impacts to the neighborhood. So we'll move forward. We'll continue to work with the neighbors. We conducted a shadow study at their request. We've conducted some line of sight photos for their based on their request. So we've done a lot, and we've made numerous changes. In addition to the open usable space, we eliminated all our usable space and created a violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so given all this information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve a BPDA design review.
Second.
Second, Ed DeVoe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 112-1041, 36 Gaston Street. This is construction to change use from a 1-family to residential house to reentry for women being released from prison. The violation is Article 50, Section 28, transitional housing is conditional use in a 3F 4000 sub-district. Name and address for the record, please.
Before we hear from the applicant, I just want to make a statement. This particular project was before the subcommittee, and there were a lot of different opinions on it, and we thought that it would make sense to bring it to the full board. I want to make sure that that what we hear about is the project, because this is looking for relief for certain actions from the zoning code. We are not at all saying that this is a use. We're not putting a value judgment on the use. We know it's a needed use, but we do need to understand how this project will work in the context of the community. So any comments that I will take will be purely on the use, the conditional use. The value, I'm not looking for comments on the value or the need because we understand both already. Okay, so I want to put that on the record really upfront and right away. Okay, may I?
Just want to clarify, this is a conditional use in this
This
district,
is a
correct?
conditional use in this district, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start off with the applicant. And I am going to limit comments. I know we've received a lot of comments on both sides, written comments. So I want to make sure that we keep this manageable and completely focused on the land use implications. And I will also work to limit testimony. I will hear from elected officials, and then I will hear from 3 people to speak in support and 3 in opposition. So, and please make sure that you do not send any notes privately. Everything needs to be to all panelists to be on the record. Okay, Ms. Thomas, Ms. Ambassador?
Yeah, Ms. Ambassador, I'm sorry. I have Cheryl Crawford here as well, just wondering if she should stay on for 533 Washington.
No, tell her that we will be in touch with her. Thank you, Cheryl. We will be in touch with you because we just need to re-advertise it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So let's go ahead. The representative for the applicant, please put your name and address on the record.
Hi, I'm Aniona. Will you be speaking to the? She is here. Aniona, can you hear us?
Hi, Jessica, I can hear you all.
Okay.
My name is Amaniona Bossman. My address is 14 Stonecrest Road, Mattapan, Massachusetts, 02126.
So tell us what's being proposed.
What's being proposed is a conversion of a single family into a social rehabilitation facility for women coming out of incarceration.
And tell us how many residents you expect to be in this transitional housing?
15 occupants, Madam Chair.
And does 15 occupants include a staff person, or is that?
No. Thank you for asking that. It's 15 occupants and 1 staff person that stays overnight. So that's a total of 16.
So that's 16 people altogether.
Yes.
Okay.
And that number's gonna.
Go ahead.
Okay, so that number will happen gradually once the facility opens. It's not all at one time, but that is the actual total. Based off of the use itself as a R4 conversion, it's actually allowed up to 16 persons plus 1 staff member.
So let me, I just need to get some facts on the record here. And then how many daytime staff people will there be?
There will be up to 3 daytime staff members.
Okay. And then will residents be going to outside activities during the day, and how will they go to outside activities?
Most of the activities are going to be in the facility in terms of the educational and some of the career training and some of the therapy. I don't have all the information on that, but I can ask Stacy if she's interested to speak to that. But outside activities would be more working for the community to do any type of community projects, beautification projects. That would be the extent of those activities, and that would be more on a walking basis.
Okay, and then we talk about 15 occupants. Will there be children, or does this include children?
No, these are all adults.
These are single adults, essentially.
Yes, all
Okay.
adult women. It's a women-based facility.
Okay, and will this, and is this run by a registered nonprofit that has experience in this field, that's registered with the Commonwealth?
Absolutely. Stacy Borden has done this in the past and is extremely licensed and credentialed to do this work. And I believe on the last subcommittee meeting, she actually shared those licenses and credentials that she has to do this work.
What we need to know, because these are additional members on this full board.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Okay, so we need to start and just make sure that they understand everything.
Okay.
What I need to know is, like, for example, and I'm just randomly, for example, picking Pine Street Inn. You know, they have a niche, they have programs, they're registered, et cetera, et cetera. Is that true of this provider?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I stepped in earlier because I did not hear our representative at the time when Jessica was looking for a representative. So I want to make sure it gets deferred to the right person who's representing the client. And her name is Carol, and she has her hand up. So Jessica, I'm going to mute myself and allow Carol to continue.
Yeah, she's a panelist and she can unmute herself. I just tried to unmute her. Carol, are you having it? Carol, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but apparently you can't hear me.
We can hear you now. You were
Okay,
unmuted.
great. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Would you repeat the question?
So I was asking, because generally when we see facilities like this, we need to know that it's run by somebody who is, somebody like, for example, as I was saying before, somebody like Pine Street Inn that has a niche, that has the insurance, that has all the associate staff support in place to make this a functional program.
I can speak to Stacy Borden's qualifications. She's been running reentry services for years within the community surrounding Dorchester. She has extensive experience in these and has the qualifications. She is also a licensed alcohol and drug counselor, and is
So can you name us specific addresses where there are facilities that she runs?
Yes, there is one relatively close by. It's Families for Justice. Stacy, I know you are a panelist too, and if you want to unmute yourself and give some additional program addresses, that would be great too.
Happy New Year, Madam Chair. This is Stacy Borden here.
Yes, nice to see you again. Happy New Year to you too.
Happy New Year. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here. So, Madam Chair, we run our office out of 100 Warren Street, 100R Warren Street in partnership with Families for Justice's Healing. I've also worked in the Return to Citizens Office through the Mayor's Office under New Beginnings Reentry Services. I've been doing this work extensively with Victory Programs and Gavin Foundation. I am a licensed clinician, and we have credentials with several insurance companies.
Okay, so what I kind of need to understand is that what is the organization behind you? If somebody has a relapse issue or something like that, what are the supports that you have that can immediately come and help somebody?
Yes, ma'am. So we have Gavin Foundation is on standby. We do a lot of work and redirect our women that possibly relapse and bring them into detox and redirect them back into the program. If this is a consistent issue, then they become discharged from the program and hope that they can get back into treatment and get back on their feet. We also have Families for Justice's Healing, that is a community support service that goes all the way out and will drive women to the different facilities if necessary.
Okay, so I know your building then at 100. Okay, let's see. And tell us, do you have parking space for your staff people? Will there be parking provided?
Madam Chair, the residents are not permitted to have cars, so it's really a question of three parking spaces during the day for the 3 daytime staff members and 1 parking space at night. There's enough parking on street, plus Gaston Street is situated between Warren and Blue Hill Ave, and there is ample on-street parking in both of those places. It's also accessible by rail, T, and bus.
Okay. Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
Drawings are adequate.
Can I find out if the board has any questions? Because both Marks and myself had the advantage of listening through the entire details. We just want to make sure that we've captured the information for the rest of the board. The street itself, Gaston, is a 2- and 3-family dwellings, some ones in there. It's a cut through between Warren and Blue Hill Ave.
So
Go ahead, any other questions?
Yeah, I just got one question. The nighttime staff, that would be actual staff, right? It's not like resident that's like a manager. This is like a paid staff, possibly changing based on what day of the week and who's working type of thing?
Yes, it will be a paid staff member there overnight, not a resident acting in any capacity.
Okay. And will you have curfews for your residents, for the residents?
Yes, there are curfews. The Communist House has adopted a series of strict policies and procedures for the running of the house. The residents will be in clinical programs, largely virtual, between 9 and 5, and all residents will be in bed by 10. There is no loitering, and there is, no alcohol, no drugs, no smoking, nothing on the premises in violation of any of those can render the resident susceptible to expulsion.
Go ahead.
Next question. Only because I'm somewhat familiar with places like this. Are you guys doing like visits on certain days? Will the visits be for like everybody? Because that could be problematic, like parking and stuff.
Yes, so the visits are limited to Saturday and Sunday only in 2 4-hour blocks, either between the hours of 1 and 5 or 2 and 6. They must be approved in advance, and they will be limited to 2 adults and children. Again, through the pre-approval process, we hope to be able, or we absolutely will be able to control traffic. We think some of these people will be arriving by public transportation, but again, we can certainly direct people to Blue Hill for parking if we perceive there's any issue with the parking on Gaston Street.
Okay, one of the things that we need to be concerned of is about your citing decision. Because one of the things that we understand is sometimes certain neighborhoods have an overabundance of treatment centers and things like that. So tell us a little bit about how you came up with your citing decision for this.
I think overall that to the extent there are a number of these facilities in the area, we believe that these programs are reflective of the need within the community, and we're trying to help address some of these issues that are facing the community. There are publicly available statistics that demonstrate the disproportionate impact that incarceration has on Boston's low-income residents, its residents of color. And we're trying to put these, we're trying to cite this location in a neighborhood so that when the women are released, they're coming back home and they are reintegrating themselves into this community. I'm going to turn it over to Stacy if she has anything else.
No. I think you answered our question. Then the next question is, will residents come from the Suffolk County House of Corrections or from the Commonwealth?
I don't know the answer to that. Stacy, can you weigh in, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have both partnerships with Suffolk House of Corrections and Framingham State Prison, the Milford Pantry Office. So they'll be coming from both state and county.
Okay, excellent. Okay. Any more questions from the board?
Madam Chair, if I could, just for my own edification, is there a rough idea on the length of stay per resident? I guess I'm just curious about occupancy and if there will be vacant rooms and how that's determined and alike.
So the program is designed as an 18-month program. We fully expect that there will be some women who stay throughout that program. There may be others that peel off at certain points in time. But the program itself is geared right now for an 18-month program.
And after the 18th month, when there is a vacancy, it'll just be filled by another resident and so on?
That's correct. There may be times, or we anticipate that there will be times when the house won't be full. That the resident levels will fluctuate, as people cycle in and cycle out of the program.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me just find out if there's anybody here to speak in support of this proposal.
Chair, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to speak in support.
Okay.
An abutters meeting was held on October 22nd, 2020. Support from elected officials as well as organizations in the neighborhood. We received support from them. We also received roughly 55 signatures of support from residents, but we did hear opposition from direct abutters who believe the Grove Hall area is being inundated with re-entry services that are creating a negative impact on the community. We asked that the group continue to work with the neighbors to address their concerns, but we would like to go on record. We also did receive a letter of from the Holborn, Gannett, Gaston, Otisfield Betterment Association, that it be this particular only, and we also recommend that they possibly work a good neighbor agreement with the neighborhood to address situations like things along the lines of like parking, smoking, signage, security, and maintenance of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other elected representatives of elected officials to speak?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Kevin Higgins with State Representative Liz Miranda's office. She would like to express support for the proposal at 36 Gaston Street. The applicant has negotiated and worked in good faith with members of the local neighborhood and has agreed to a community oversight good neighbor committee. Although we hoped for more time for residents to negotiate, we deeply respect their concerns and will continue to convene both the applicant and community members to ensure concerns are addressed. This applicant is not standing in opposition to residents, but instead believes that a middle ground can be found. Rep. Miranda asks the board to recognize the significant representational equity this applicant brings to reentry residential services for women being released from prison. And oversaturation is an issue that Rep. Miranda is committed to working on in the legislature. And in this session, some progress was made in the recently passed housing legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any representative from District City Councilor?
Hi, this is Genevieve representing President Janey's office. At the moment, we are have no comment. Thank you.
Okay, no comment. Okay. Okay, so that's, so now, go ahead. Any other
Madam Chair.
elected officials? Yes.
Madam Chair, Secretary here. We do have numerous letters of support. We have also letters of opposition on the project.
Okay. Now let me, anybody here who has a raised hand, I want 3 people who are in support, please. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there are 5 raised hands. I'm going to take you in order. Eli Patterson, let's hear from you either in support or in opposition.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes, please put your name and
Okay.
address on the record.
My name is Elijah Patterson. I live at 31 Juniper Street in 0112, that's Roxbury. I'm speaking in affirmation of this project on behalf of myself.
Hold on. Are you in West Roxbury, did you say?
Roxbury.
You're in Roxbury, and how far are you from this project?
Oh, we're in the same district. So it's down Cedar Street, basically.
Okay. You're down Cedar, so you're in okay. Okay, thank you.
But I'm speaking on behalf of myself as well as the organization Black and Pink Massachusetts, which is a Boston-based organization for lesbian, gay.
Ms. Patterson, thank you. Let's move on to Delia and James.
Mute me, Kevin.
Hello, Madam Chairperson and board members, thank you. My husband and I are opposed to this project.
What's your address, please? Your full name and address?
Sure. My name is Delia Dowling. We reside at 27 Gaston Street, which is directly across from 36 Gaston Street. We are opposed to this project. The main issues is the density, the amount of residents that they're proposing for a 5-bedroom single-family home is a lot, and there's no robust COVID plan in place that was addressed. In addition, there's no parking at all on that facility. When they had their open house, our parking spaces were taken, and Ms. Borden does propose a Saturday and Sunday family meeting, and the open house is an indication of what we may have to deal with. In addition, there's a high concentration already of these types of homes, and none of the meeting has addressed how this program is going to benefit the residents and the community as a whole.
Thank you. May I hear from Jarrell?
Jarrell? Yep.
Good afternoon. I apologize. This is Mallory Honora from Families for Justice as Healing. I'm on my colleague's laptop. I just wanted to confer our support. We are an organization
Hold on. Who is this who just popped in?
This is Mallory Honora. I'm on Jarrell's laptop. We've been on the meeting for 4.5 hours.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I just was expecting a different voice.
Yeah,
so go ahead. What's your name and address on the record?
My name is Mallory Honora. I'm the Executive Director of Families for Justice as Healing. We are at 100R Warren Street, Roxbury, Massachusetts.
Okay, and you're in
119.
Okay. May I hear from Elizabeth Rucker, please?
We're supporting, yes.
Thank you. Elizabeth Rucker, please.
Elizabeth, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hello. I'm a resident at 31 Juniper Street, Madam Chairwoman. I'm speaking in support of Kemia's house. I'm also trying to speak as a representative of Black and Pink Massachusetts, which is also a fiscally sponsored organization at 100R Warren Street in Roxbury. We are excited to have a welcoming and affirming option for recovery and reentry in our neighborhood because we have been failed by sober homes and treatment centers before as LGBTQ.
Thank you, Elizabeth. May I speak with Carol, please?
I'm the attorney for the board. I couldn't get
Carol now. Okay. So Ms. Ambassador, can you, I think we've gotten everybody.
I have my hand raised.
Who is this?
This is Melissa Elo. I've been on for the 4 hours we've been on.
I know, and we've been working so hard in that time. So please put your name and address on the record, and let's hear from you.
Hi, my name is Melissa Elo. I live at 7 Otisfield Street, which runs directly into Gaston Street. I am in full support of this program. I think she has addressed every issue regarding the treatment that will be held. The parking will never be an issue. Blue Hill Ave and Otisfield and Gaston, there's always parking. We had a church that's on our street that used to fill up our street, and there was still parking on Blue Hill Ave. So I don't think that's an issue. I think that what she's doing is much needed in the community, and I fully support everything that she's doing.
And then we have Michael Kuzo representing Project Right in opposition.
I think you've been unmuted. I also know Laura wanted to speak, but Mike, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Michael, just go ahead.
Michael closed the project right. My office is at 320 Blue Avenue, around the corner from the spot. Many neighbors have expressed concerns about the parking problems that was caused by their event. Their driveways were blocked, and they did not get cooperation in getting that addressed. 16 people in that single-family house is too many people given the spot that they're in. So those are some of the concerns that neighbors have raised.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we're going to.
Madam Chair, may I just interrupt for 1 minute? I need to clarify something for the record. On the issue of density, in the interest of trying to work in good faith with the neighborhood group, this morning we agreed to reduce the initial number of residents in the house to 10 for the first year, and then the 15 would then, we would ramp up to 15 in the years thereafter. But in that first year, we would agree to 10 residents in the house plus one staff person overnight.
Okay, now we're going to just cut off all comment, please. Ms. Ambassador, actually, no, there's one thing I do need to do. Ms. Ambassador, were you saying that there were a large number of call-ins?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't see anyone's hands raised. I was going to ask if people could press *3 if they are looking to raise their hand, but I did not see a hand raised here.
Let's give it a minute. Anybody who's on the phone, please press *3 if you're interested in speaking briefly.
I also have Laura Younger, who's been on a call all day. She's been unmuted. Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, I'm heartbreak.
Please put your name and address on the record.
Laura Younger, 1 Kaleda Park, which is part of the Holborn, Gannett, Gaston, Otisfield Betterment Association. It's a heartbreak, but we do not support this variance at this time. And it has nothing to do with the program, but the change of zoning to a transitional conditional use is a major step for that residential neighborhood. And if you grant all the relief right now, the list of issues that we've raised, we have less of confidence of gaining any negotiated settlement to those. And so humanitarian aside, if you think that it's only going to be public transportation, try on a Sunday waiting for the 45 bus coming down Blue Hill Avenue to get to that location. And if services are going to be rendered there, those folks are going to drive there. So as far as parking, it is an issue, but it's also the fact that we're in a time when we need to know the management, the COVID, the density, and yes, there are 8 or 9 transitional housing type of entities around there in a walking distance. And it's not because of the need, it's because the large houses are being snapped up for the work. So we're over concentrated in that. Those sites get variances at the drop of a hat, and the neighbors need real leverage to negotiate what happens in the community. So
okay, thank you. May I, and will you call and use the number 48?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we've heard a good array of voices on this project. May I have any motion from?
I'd like to make a motion to approve for this petitioner only.
Do we, let me just ask one more thing, because sometimes what we have done is ask applicants to come back in a year's time and give us a report and to hear back from the community how operations have been in a year. Does that make sense on this project?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so there are 2 provisos here. One is to this petitioner only, and that a year from now, we anticipate hearing from everybody with an update to this board. So this approval is for 1 year until we hear from the applicant.
I'll second Mr. Ruggiero's Motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Now we're going to get into the rediscussions for 1 o'clock.
Madam Chair, I'm recusing myself from this case.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 103-7522, 437 Frankfurt Street.
Madam Chair, I have to recuse myself as well on this matter.
Okay, so there are two recusals. It means for the applicant, whoever you are, you need all 5 members of this board to be in support for it to move.
Mr. Lenz.
You can, Mr. Lenz, request a deferral until you have a more robust board.
Madam Chair, if I may, for the record, Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, the applicant petitioner. I'm not sure that we're going to get much different of a makeup of the board, and based upon the changes we've made to this project, I'm confident that it warrants merit even with a 5-member board at this point.
Okay.
All right, Madam Chair, I'm going to call it in for the record, calling BOA 103-7522, 437 Frankfurt Street. This is erect a 4-unit residential dwelling. The violation is Article 27T. This is in the East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 37, excessive FAR, and Article 53, Section 56, off-street parking and loading. Name and address for the record, please.
Again, for the record, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lenz, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner, Volney Capital, also with me is Eric Zackerson, who is the project architect. In the interest of time, I'm going to ask that Ms. Boland jump to slide number 7, which shows the rendering of the proposed project in context. While she's doing that, Madam Chair, this project is located in, let's stick with that slide right there. This project is located in what is known as the Corridor Enhancement District that's defined under Article 53. It is certainly one of the most flexible zoning districts in the neighborhood. And one of the reasons why we are electing to proceed to go forward is this project is essentially as of right use that conforms with all of the dimensional requirements in Article 53, with the exception only of FAR. The parking violation that is cited is based upon the fact that the calculation at 4 units comes out to 4.5 parking spaces. We do provide 4 spaces, which is 1 space per unit. And as I indicated, this project is the result of about a 1.5 years worth of conversation with the neighborhood and multiple modifications to address specific concerns, not the least of which was the height of the building, which is now below 35 feet. The number of units, which originally started out as 9, is now down to 4, and the number of parking spaces ratio, which is at 1 to 1 per unit. As I said, each of the requirements relative to setback have all been met, and I'll walk through those briefly. The unit sizes, and again, this is in response to what we typically hear in the neighborhood, are a very generous 2 and 3 bedroom unit sizes, with the 2 bedrooms at around 920 square feet, and the 3 bedroom as large as 1,220 square feet. We felt that that was an important component for a residential neighborhood such as this, based upon comments that were heard, and that is the reason why the FAR is excessive. With respect to the Corridor Enhancement District, Madam Chair, there is no minimum lot size. However, we do have 3,000 square feet, which is more than sufficient under the code. Our lot width is at 50 feet, and we do have setbacks on each side of this property at 3.5 feet. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for all that. Is there a roof deck proposed?
There is a roof deck, and it is accessed by hatch, so no head house is being proposed with respect to the roof deck.
Okay. Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans?
The plans are okay. I guess the one question I have, hold on, let me pull it back up. The maneuverability of the parking spaces?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Mr. Ehrlich. And one of the things that we specifically asked ISD to consider, because I know Mr. D'Amico occasionally cites that as an issue, and we did ask ISD to review that. We were not cited for maneuverability. We actually went 1 step further and hired an engineer. And I do have those slides included here that confirm the maneuverability works with the parking layout that we've implemented here for this property.
Mr. Lynn, how come you used a Volvo?
I defer to the engineer on that. He's not on the call, but I believe that was the average size vehicle that was being utilized.
Could have used an American car, you know.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Not my call, Mr. Ehrlich. I agree. Maybe built in an American factory.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. The Office of Neighborhood Services received letters of opposition from abutters based on FAR, excessive density and lack of parking on a dead-end street. But however, this is a transit-accessible development located right next to Wood Island Station. This project has gone through an extensive community process for almost a year and a half, where the Office of Neighborhood Services held 3 abutters meetings where the applicant worked to make the proposal less impactful and address most of the concerns of the abutters, reducing the number of units from 9 to 4, the number of stories from 4 to 3, and the height of the building from 43 feet to 34 feet, and also increase the parking from 0 to 4. So, we also received 16 letters of support from abutters, including 6 direct abutters on the rear and the left of the property, and as well members of the Harborview Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have numerous letters of support and numerous letters of opposition.
Okay, Ricardo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The councilor would like to go on the record in opposition to this proposal.
And do you know what the opposition might be based on?
Yeah, we received numerous letters of, and calls, emails from abutters in the area about their concerns regarding the density and the impact of on parking that this proposal would have on a dead-end street.
Okay, thank you. Anybody?
Madam Chair, just briefly, the issue of opposition also may have a lot to do with the fact that this was a larger project being originally proposed. We have made substantial reductions in the size of this project.
Yes, that happens. Karen, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon,